Okay, guys. Um, I just woke up, so there will be indeed a delay in reading because I need to get my coffee before I start reading, or else I'll die. Therefore, I'm going live first, but I'm not going to put on the party finder first. Um, I'm gonna put it there like that first. I wanna be right back and get coffee and something to eat before I start, because if I start reading now, um, yeah. So today, I mean, nobody's here. I'm talking to myself, but anyways, let me. Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
you ever had a dream that you could don't you want don't you
Okay, guys. I don't know who is the one viewer in my stream right now. Well, my apologies. I woke up late and I haven't had any food down yet, so I'm just gonna eat something and drink my coffee a little bit because I usually read until like over lunchtime. So, yeah. So it's best if I can eat first. It is a mess of a reading day for me. Super messy. Wasn't prepared in any way possible. Uh, Yum yum. Bread are good. Give me a second. Hey, you guys got chewing bread ASMR, I guess. Now, how have y'all been? Well, for me, I was missing for the past couple of days because I had to take my cat, who is a really old 14-year-old cat, to his vet appointment 2 days ago. And I'll be honest, the verdict is not that great. His liver and spleen is not looking well. Oh, wait, hang on. So, possibility of him getting like a liver cancer is quite high. Um, but there's nothing much I can do about it. Like, I'm like in a dilemma whether I wanted to like the doctor suggested that we put him under anesthetics to sleep for about 10 minutes, and then after that they use like a needle to like take some samples of her spleen and liver to find out what's going on in there. so that we can, at least we know what's going on and we know what to do to help him. If it's cancer, we can start chemotherapy. If it's not, if it's like a benign, we just leave it be. But because he's an old cat, so I really don't feel comfortable um like deciding, making the decision, basically, like, you know, should I, what if he doesn't wake up after I put him under anesthetics because he's so fucking old. So that's my worries. Sorry if I'm not reading. I swear I will read soon. Mm. This is one weird stream. It's okay. I'm a weirdo. I'm still eating my bread. Please wait patiently while I eat my bread. I'm drinking my nice coffee. I need to refill my tea as well. Ah, today's reading is starting at fucking 12 p.m. instead. Jesus Christ. Just me. Mm. Nom 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 nom. like chilling like this on stream. Just fucking chewing on my bread while waiting for myself. Ah, what an idiot. Phone call. Well, uh, I will give a kidney for free to people if I can stop getting spam calls. You know what I mean? These people have no life. Spam calls are stupidest people on earth. Oh, no. People who trust spam callers are stupidest people on earth. think it's time to read. Alright, guys. Okay. One moment. Let me refill my tea, then I'll be back. Yo. Okay. Alright, guys, gonna read. Reading time. It's reading time. It's reading time. What? It is indeed reading time. Okay. Let me put up my party finder. Okay. Alright, guys, let's go. Sorry for being late today. Okay, one sip of coffee and we'll go. And we'll start. Today we are reading Afternoon of the Gosling by Marlys Huffman. We are on to chapter 3 now. And we're gonna start right now. Chapter 3. The rough surface of the basement stairs grated under Cerie's feet. She stopped halfway up, grabbed the handrails, and hoisted her body into the air. She swung her feet back and forth, like on the monkey bars at school. Should she go out the door at the top of the concrete steps, or turn and take the small wooden stairs to the entry hall with the 2 sets of folding chairs? Sorry, oh my god, folding doors. Alright, I'm fucking up left, right, and center. I'm starting that paragraph again. Oh my god. I can't read. I think I've lost my ability to read after my hiatus. Stupid. It's tea first. Right. Let's start again. We can do it. Let's start again. The rough surface of the basement stairs grated under Cherie's feet. She stopped halfway up and grabbed the handrails and then hoisted her body into the air. She swung her feet back and forth, like on the monkey bars at the school. Should she go out the door at the top of the concrete steps or turn and take the small wooden stairs to the entry hall with the two sets of folding doors? This church had so many stairways. There were two from the basement, one that led up to the Sunday school rooms, and this one. If she slipped into the church, there was a stairway to the bell tower room, and then if you opened the closet, there was a skinny steep stairway, almost like climbing a ladder, that led up to the bell tower itself. She liked to sit alone in the bell tower and feel the wind blow through the louvered openings. If she climbed to the bell tower, she would watch the cars go by on the road. The cars hardly ever stopped. Daddy Phil said that it was because Pleasant Home wasn't the real town, only a white spot in the road. But the road didn't look any wider to her. She could see all the way up the hill to the store and all the way behind the church to the back of the cemetery. When she stood up on tiptoe, she could even see over the fence and down to the creek behind the cemetery. It was the only place in the whole town's church where anyone could see the back corner of the cemetery. She dashed up the last steps and shoved the door open. A car was slowing down, pulling into the parking space. Cerise accelerated into a full run before she could be stopped and patted on the head. Her feet pounded across the grass until she was around the corner and behind the church. The cemetery was the only place where she never hurried. She liked to amble along, touching the markers and trying to read all the wood carved on stones. She ran her fingers over the reddish-brown marble. The smooth, polished surface was the marker of the marker had a cool feeling, even in the warm June sun. It was the marker that made this one of her favorite graves in the cemetery. This one had the prettiest colors in the marble's headstone. The reddish-brown had tiny sparkles and dash of black. On the corner, where a piece had been chipped off, there was a long streak of white. It wasn't smooth like the rest of the stone. It felt rough and scratchy under her fingertips. The name was too long for her to read. She could still only read the simple ones, but the numbers were plain enough. 1801 to 1849. Daddy Phil said that the graves were all so old, no one knew the people who were buried here. Her hand stroked the marker, and she looked over her shoulder towards the church. The fat lady who played the piano was going in the side door to the basement. Choir practice. It meant Daddy Phil would be inside for a long time. She squinted up at the oak trees along the edge of the graveyard. Through the leaves, she spotted a bird nest wedged in one of the forked tree limbs. She dusted off her hands and scrambled up the trunk of the tree, climbing carefully and ignoring the screeches of the birds at her intrusion into their world. By bracing her feet on the gnarled limb and clinging to the trunk with one hand, she could lean forward and see into the mass of twigs. The eggs had latched. 3 open mouths gaped at her from the nest. From above her head, a bird squawked and wings beat furiously. Leaves drifted down on Cerise's head. It took only one swift grab, and the bird was in her hands. She squeezed it in her fist and lowered herself to the ground branch by branch. The warm wad of feathers squirmed and became still. She skipped down the sloping hillside to the lower part of the cemetery, clutching the bird in both hands. Her favorite grave was in the back corner, out of the sight of the church, all by itself, close to the fence. This part of the cemetery was unattended. The granite marker towered over her head. 4 carved angels looked down at the graveside. She settled on the grass beside the marker, mashing the unmown grass into the green cavern. the long blades of grass bent and curved over her shoulders, hiding her from everyone. Cerise opened her hand and stroked the tiny bunch of feathers. She poked at the open beak until she finally closed it with a pinch by pinching it between her thumb and forefinger. There was no one around the cemetery. She could inspect the bird without anyone asking her a lot of questions. She continued to run her fingers over the feathers and stretch the spidery feet out in her hand until she could remember the song. The tune stirred in her mind, and she began to hum softly to herself. She probed into the dirt with her fingers until she hollowed out a space large enough to hold the bird's body. She covered it carefully, patted down the earth, and started to sing, "Be still, my soul, and the Lord is on thy side." For some reason, she couldn't remember any more of the words, so she sat humming the same line over and over and watching a bumblebee light on the head of a dingy gray angel. It wasn't a funeral service like Daddy Phil preached. Mommy hadn't wanted him to take her to the church that day, but Matt had to go to the doctor. Funerals were nicer than the regular church. There were so many flowers. Flowers hung on the walls. Long ribbons draped across the flowers with big gold letters on them. There were even flowers on the top of the coffin. The church smelled like roses and Mommy's perfume. The fat lady had played a lot of pretty music on the piano, not loud, thumping music that she played in church. Even the animal lady, the one with the funny fur collar, had sounded good when she sang, not squeaky like she did in church. There were people crying too, of course, but Cerise didn't feel like crying. Daddy Phil hadn't cried. Cerise patted the ground and looked up at the granite angels. The stones wasn't as pretty as the red marble, but it was the only marker in the whole graveyard that had angels carved on it. All the angels were looking down, almost as if their eyes were closed. They should have had their eyes open so that they could watch over all the graves. She got to her feet and wandered back up the hill to the grave with the iron fence. Daddy Phil said that the fence was to keep people from walking on the grave. But what difference did it make if they were dead? Cerise looked around the graveyard and back up the hill. No one could see her from the church. She bit her lip and climbed over the fence and stomping on the ground as she landed. Her finger traced the outline of the name of the gravestone. C-L-A-R-A. Daddy Phil said that it was the same name as his mother's. She sat cross-legged, staring at the letters, and then spat on the marker. The saliva clung onto the letter A and slowly dribbled down to the face of the stone. She got up and jumped up and down, mashing the grass under her feet into a beaten snarl of green spears. One last stomp of her foot and she climbed back over the fence and headed to the oak tree. The music was coming from the basement of the church. The fat lady was thumping the piano again. It meant Daddy Phil would be listening to the choir practice for a while longer. She looked at the oak tree and tapped her foot in time to the music. She didn't want to go into the basement because the fat lady would hug her and tell Daddy Phil how tall she's getting. The lady always smashed Cerise's face into her pillow-like breast until Cerise had trouble breathing. All the time she hugged Cerise, she would be looking at Daddy Phil. Cerise didn't like the church lady. They only hugged her when Daddy Phil was around. The rest of the time, they told her to wash her hands or not play on the church steps. She nodded to herself and headed to the front steps. If they were all in the basement, she could slide up and down the banisters without anyone telling her to stop. Daddy Phil never told her to stop, and it was his church. Not only could she slide, but she could listen to the music without the fat lady hugging her. When she darted around the corner to the front of the church, she stopped abruptly and looked at the man. She had not expected to find anyone sitting on the steps. The man looked at her with a kind smile. She had a lot of white hair, so he must be an old man. but his eyes were glistening blue. When he spoke to her, his voice was soft and he kept his smile. He wasn't like the church ladies who quit smiling when they talk. Hello, you must be Reverend Thea's little girl. Cerise looked at him carefully before she answered. He wasn't dressed like Daddy Phil. The man had on overalls and a plain blue shirt, the kind her mommy would call a work shirt. He seemed nice, but maybe he wouldn't like it if she slid down the banisters. Maybe he would tell her to go to play somewhere else. She clung onto the railing and inched her way up the steps. He must be one of Daddy Phil's church people, but why wasn't he inside? Who are you? She blurted out the question and shifted one foot to the other while she waited for the answer. Mr. Parker. My wife plays the piano for the choir. I'm waiting for her to finish practice. Cerise tossed her braids back over her shoulder. He was the fat lady's husband, but he wasn't fat. He was skinny and tired looking. Do you know my wife? Cerise nodded and moved up the last step to the top of the banister. Is your mother inside? He asked. Cerise shook her head. No, she's home taking care of my baby brother. She swung one leg over the railing and sat poised at the top, wondering if she should slide down. The man chuckled deep inside his throat. Going to have a trip down the railing, are you? Don't blame you. Used to do it myself when I was a kid. She watched his face. He talked softly without either smiling or frowning. She decided that he meant what he said. He wasn't going to tell her to stop or go away. It was easy to give herself a quick push and slide down. And the slide down was fast. She bounced onto the ground and started back up the steps. The man chuckled to himself again. Used to fall off at the end sometimes when I was little, he laughed. Cerise sat down at the steps and peered at him, through her eyelashes. Why don't you wait out here? He lifted his eyebrows, but he kept a slight smile. Not much for all the singing, only be in the way there. Did they tell you to go play somewhere else? Cerise asked. He laughed, but it was gentle, understanding laugh. I guess you could call it that. Janie, that's my wife. She likes to do all her church stuff. Me, I'm only a farmer. Never did take up to dressing up. She don't like it when I come after her in my work clothes, so I sit here and wait for her. That way I won't embarrass her. What's embarrass? Cerise liked the quiet way he talked. Making someone feel ashamed of you. Guess I don't make Janie very proud. She thinks I should dress up each time I leave the farm, even if I'm going right back. Cerise heard the piano thumping on the basement and the sound of a lady singing. The piano was too loud. She couldn't understand the words of the songs. Do you play the piano? She asked him. He shook his head. No, never learned anything but farming. Janie, now she's the one with the learning. Her folks taught her how to play the piano, and she even taught school for several years. Guess I was lucky she even looked at a plain old farmer like me. Cerise chewed on her lip. Why was it so special to play the piano? The fat lady wasn't the only one in church who could play the piano. Daddy Phil said that there were lots of ladies who could play better, and it was a shame they had to put up with her. Hello there, Sky Kid. There is no subtitles. I'm reading off a physical book right now. Yes. So I can only hope that my pronunciation is good enough so that you can understand what I'm saying. Apologies. In. Thank you so much. Yeah, in listening only mode. Yeah, there's no subtitles, unfortunately. I'm only reading off a novel right now. Okay, so if you're new here, I do a reading session called Nudibles because my name in game is Ariana Nuna, um, and she likes reading. And on every alternate days, on the weekday, I would do a reading session of a book that I personally choose. What kind of novel do I read? I usually read, I would say, fiction. You can call me Nuna. Usually people call me Nuna in game. I would read fiction a lot, but uh, there will be some thriller, drama, fiction kind of way. Thriller. I really like thriller. I'll truly I recommend. Okay, after this one, once you're done, you can go into my video listings. You can find a book called Confession by Kanae Minato, and that is a very good fiction, thriller fiction that I read before. Currently, I'm reading something similar as well, something a bit spooky, thriller-ish. Um, uh, oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. um, but yeah, most of the time it's like just drama fiction. Uh, I have had a lot of books read so far. I didn't really count, but this is currently this book that I'm reading right now is uh the first book that made me want to read books. The first novel that I read when I was like 13 or 14 years old. Uh, that made me interested in reading more novels basically, so I hope you guys will enjoy it. The story is a little bit fucked up. um, uh, I think for the last book I read and this one, yeah, they are like really thriller-ish. Yeah, I'm kind of a bookworm, I am. Yes, I am. So yeah, uh, I think the next book that I'm going to read is going to be a little bit more chill, I hope. I'm still thinking which book to read for the next one because this one is quite long. It's going to take me another 2 more days. Three if you count the days to finish reading this one. Um, so I don't know where you are located, but I read from 11 a.m. GMT plus 8. But this morning I woke up late. So I started like close to 12. So I'm like really late. Oh, oh, sorry. Oh, oh. Okay, there you go. So, thank you for being here. I assume that you found me through some tags on. Yeah, because I used that tag, the country tag. So I think you saw me through that country tag, right? Yeah. So I read Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 11 a.m. But there are days that that I will push back. So I really recommend you to follow me on Twitter, even though everyone's like saying Twitter is gonna die or whatever fucking bullshit there is. But feel free to follow me on the game section. Oh, because do you play Final Fantasy 14? Feel free to follow my yeah, I do. I am playing. I mean, in a way, I am playing Final Fantasy 14. Just that I'm here in my room reading. Um, I have a party finder for the events. So it's either you saw me from the game itself or you saw me through Skype basically. And either way is helpful. I do play if you go through my video listings. I have a lot of like rating content from early this year, but I kind of stopped rating for months now because I didn't have like much time to like um to sit down and find a new static and just to rate again and all that. So right now I'm like just chilling. I think I'm just chilling in game. Yeah, that's basically my. I have another space in the basement as well that has a lot of that's like kind of like the same setup where I sit here and read. But might change that setup. But downstairs is basically a library where you can chill and read books. But this is my personal room where I decorated. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, there were a time when I was like very into reading, and I would say that I'm still into reading. It's just that I don't have the time or the patience or like because you dedicate so much of your time trying to like clear stuff. So yeah, definitely trying to get back to that, but I don't know when. For now, I'm only going to stream myself reading uh, nudibles. Um, I don't know if you look at my main scenario quest. I have a lot to catch up on, so I need to catch up on this and also the Hildy quest and everything. Uh, but I'm just so lazy. Haven't really thought about going back to raiding, but maybe I will one day. Then I usually stream when I raid. I usually stream when I do main scenario quest. Um, yeah, but I haven't done that in a long time. Nowadays I just stream when I uh, read book for Nudable, and uh, on weekend if I'm interested in, I will play Yakuza 6 and I will stream that as well. Yeah, I need to finish that game up. There's so many games I'm playing. It's ridiculous. Um, what game do I used to play all the time? I would say nothing can beat Final Fantasy 14 so far. I've been playing this game since 2014, I think. If I slash playtime right now, slash playtime, it will it okay. Slash playtime is 483 days, 23 hours, 16 minutes. Yes, I play Yakuza. I play all of the Yakuza. But I never streamed the previous Yakuza before 6. I'm streaming 6, but I haven't streamed it since August. So I have to. Yes, 483 days. Yes, almost 500 days. Um, but maybe it's cheating because I don't really log out. Uh, Yakuza 7, I played, I wouldn't say halfway, maybe one third in Yakuza 7. I was playing that as well. And then Yakuza 6 was on sale, so I went to buy Yakuza 6, and after that, I started playing Yakuza 6. Um, it's on my schedule list, but I just don't do it. It's very annoying. Very often, don't follow my schedule, even though I should. Um, yeah. Kiryu. No, I'm a Majima fan. Yakuza 0 is the best Yakuza game ever made. Okay, Okay, Sky. I think I gotta continue to read my book. I don't know. Nobody's really here. Like, it's nice to chat with you. But, eh, 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 eh. Oh, thank you, Basroda Marauda, for following my channel. I don't know who you are, but you haven't said anything yet. So, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Uh, Thank you so much. I saw two viewers and I thought that one of them is my partner. Yeah, anyway, yes. Follow me on Twitter because I always post. If you look at my Twitter right now, I'm always posting whenever I go on sale. Hey, Busroda. Thank you so much. I'm currently reading Afternoon of the Gosling by Marlys Huffman. This is written in 1989. I mean, it's published in 1989. And this writer only wrote this one book. And the story is kind of creepy, I would say. In the sense that we have a young child who likes to kill little animals. And there's a lot of like religious elements in it and everything. But this young girl has a stepfather who is a reverend, and she would like use a lot of weird, like religious thinking to justify what she's doing and stuff like that, and it's very creepy. Like in just moments, just a couple of pages ago, she was like saying how she really likes funerals because funerals have a lot of flowers at the church. So this is a very fucked up kid that we are reading about. So I hope you guys enjoy. All right, I'll continue. Daddy Phil said that it was because the fat lady was a big contributor, but mommy didn't know what the word meant. Mommy never seemed to know what Daddy Phil's big words meant. She looked at the tired man. Do you know what a contributor is? Can see you're a preacher's kid, all right. He chuckled. It's someone who gives a lot of money to something. Hey, whiskey! Oh man, I'm gonna get some whiskey later. Every time I see your name, you reminded me that I need to drink up sometimes to cure whatever miserableness that I have. Can see that you're a preacher's kid, alright? He chuckled. It's someone who gives a lot of money to something, like to the church. One sip of coffee. Oh! Cerise looked at the man and wondered why the fat lady gave so much money to the church and didn't even give her husband any. If he was her husband, she would give him enough money for a new shirt. He had a big hole in the sleeve and two of the buttons were missing in the front. He got up and scratched his head. Well, think I'll walk up to the store, youngin'. Sounds like it will be a while before Janie is ready to go. She smiled at her again. Careful when you slide down. Don't go too fast and fly off the end. You can land pretty hard. Cerise perched on the top of the railing and watched the man walk up the street. He walked with his head down and his shoulders drooped like he was tired. She looked down at the shiny white paint of the railing and listened to the music rising from the basement. This time she could hear the people singing, but it wasn't one of the church songs that she liked. She pushed herself off and flew down the banister, landing solidly on both feet. The music was louder than before, and she scowled. Some of the voices were singing different words. The piano stopped. A man's voice protested, "No, no! It's all wrong!" A bird flew overhead and screeched, dipping dangerously close to to her head. Her face twisted into a gleeful smile. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. She headed back to the oak tree and the bird's nest. There were still 2 baby birds. She could have 2 more funerals. Matt toddled through the kitchen door, carrying the huge calico cat he had adopted. The cat swayed limply in his arms, its orange and black tail and white legs dragged across the shiny green linoleum. The yellow eyes blinked as they looked up into the boy's face with a complacent tolerance. The little boy stopped, tried to gather the cat's back leg up in his arms, and found himself holding the hind legs and tails while the cat's head and forelegs slid to the door floor in total relaxation. Matt struggled once more to lift the entire cat, only to have another failure when the cat's limp form thwarted him again. This time, he clutched the cat's head and front legs, with the tail sweeping a wide swath across his feet. Without thinking, Wilma burst into laughter. The cat's ears twitched at the harsh eruption of noise from Wilma's laugh. It let out a protesting howl and abandoned the spaghetti act with a bolt towards the front room. Wilma's hand went to her mouth and then dropped. She let the laughter roll out. Phil was at church. He couldn't hear her. She would laugh all she wants. The damn cat could find some other place to live if it doesn't like the sound. Matt disappeared behind the Davenport in a crawling pursuit of his favorite plaything. Wilma snorted in amusement when the cat appeared on the back of the Davenport. It coiled its tail neatly around its feet and sat down, looking into the crowd place below. The cat wasn't really so dumb. It always managed to stay a few paces ahead of the active 2-year-old. Even when captured, it resorted to the limpness defense instead of fighting Matt with its claws. Wilma moved leisurely around the kitchen to inspect her own work. A final wipe at the refrigerator handle, a quick finger around the surface of the sink. Thank goodness, no grease. She hung the dish towel on the rack and smoothed it into neat folds. She wasn't going to leave anything out of place when she left for the hospital to have this baby. Not when Clara Thea was going to be staying with the children. Phil might think that it was generous of the old witch to offer, but Wilma had her own opinion of Clara's sudden helpfulness. She wasn't going to leave one thing for Clara Thea to criticize. The old hag could look all she wanted. There would be nothing she could tell Wilma for her own good, not this time. Everything about Pleasant Home was so much better than Maupin. The parsonage was 3 doors down the street and from the church. Some days she could even forget it was church property and imagine it was her own home. It was huge compared to the Maupin's house. 2 bedrooms, large enough to divide after the new baby come, and an office for Phil. Wilma had been able to set up her sewing machine. There was room, plenty of room, but there was also Clara Thayer, only a 20-minute drive away, and Clara Thayer drove it too often. Clara was now a regular member in the Phil's congregation. She made the drive every Sunday and stayed for dinner and after the services. Stayed for dinner and pampered Matt. Oh well, it made Cerise closer to Phil. Every time Grandma Thea hugged Matt, Phil managed to pay attention to Cerise. A teasing tug at her braids, an extra slice of dessert, offset Clara Thea's deliberate disregard of the little girl. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home? The front door opened, and a head poked through the doorway. Matt looked up at the woman, whose glance was darting about the living room, and he rolled off the Davenport with a wail of fright. He toddled across the floor and clutched Wilma's knees with a fierce grip. "Mommy, they bite me!" "My goodness! Did I frighten the poor little fellow?" Without waiting for Wilma's reply, the woman pushed the door open and stepped into the house. One of the drawbacks of living in the parsonage was the intrusion of church members who treated it as if it were part of the church and open to everyone. Wilma sighed and patted Matt's head. "It's your fur collar that frightens him, Miss Wilford." That woman looked down at her draped foxes. Each dead glassy eyes glittered when she moved. Wilma wondered if the woman had any idea the collar was as outdated as the thick braid encircling the crown of her head. No wonder Cerise called Miss Wilford the animal lady and refused to get within reach of the patting hands. What a ridiculous thing to frighten him! He must be a timid child. Miss Wilford stroked the collar with one hand and adjusted it over the bodies of a flowered jersey dress. "It was my mother's, you know. She's so proud of it, and I loved it when I was a little girl. I can't imagine any child being afraid of it." She continued to stroke the collar and raised her chin, looking at Wilma through her lower bifocals. "Is the dear Reverend on the premises?" Wilma bit her tongue as she tried to figure out what the word premises meant. "I don't understand," she finally admitted. Why did Phil let this woman wander in and out of the house as if they owned the place? Especially this one, Loretta Wilford, who always used words Wilma never completely understood. Miss Wilford gave a small sigh. "I mean, is he here?" "No," Wilma answered. "It's choir practice this afternoon and he's at the church." "Oh, of course, I had forgotten. I suppose you can muddle through without me. It's not as if I need to practice, like most of them do." The woman slumped disconsolately. The jersey fabric crept into wrinkles of purples at her waistline. "I did so wish to have a discussion with him. A private rapport, you know. Reverend Thayer is one of the first members of the clergy to comprehend the intricacies of bringing culture and enlightenment to our community." She hesitated and looked at Wilma, with a glitter in her eyes. "I'm sorry, dear. I can see that you don't understand what I'm talking about." Wilma shook her head in bewildered admission of the truth. She really didn't understand what the lady was driving at, except that she wanted to talk to Phil alone. "You could go up to the church," Wilma said. She had little hope that her suggestion would do any good. Loretta Wilford was eyeing the Davenport with like a hitchhiker who had spotted a slowing car. "I suppose I could," the woman said hesitantly. "But I have to explain being late. I think I'll simply wait here. You don't mind, do you, dear?" She sank onto the cushion as she said the words, apparently not caring whether Wilma minded or not. Wilma pried Matt's fingers from her knees and, grabbing his arm, swung him up into the nearest chair. "My dear, should you be doing that?" Miss Wilford clucked her tongue against her teeth. "You must be well, goodness, your condition." She stammered and her cheeks flared with embarrassment. Her eyes focused briefly on Wilma's abdomen and then moved quickly away while she did a fingering inspection of the fox skin about her neck. "Probably not," Wilma shrugged. "I'm almost due to go in next week if it's on time. Might hurry things along." She leaned against the back of the chair. Miss Wilford might know a lot about big words, but she was plainly uncomfortable talking about Wilma's pregnancy. "Next week?" Miss Wilford rubbed her lips together and looked at Wilma with the corners of her mouth sagging like the jersey of her dress. "But you missed the potluck, and we were counting on you to bring something special, like the lemon pies you baked for the last time. You're the best cook we have ever had at the parsonage." She clutched at her purse and thumped it on her knees to emphasize her sincerity. "You are a culinary artist, my dear." Wilma ran her fingers through her hair. Culinary wasn't a word she knew, but from the rest of Miss Wilford's statement, it must have something to do with cooking. Whatever it meant, it was a compliment, and Wilma smiled with pleasure.
Who knows? I may still be here, she said. If I'm not, Phil's mother will be coming to take care of the children. I'm sure she will make something for the potluck. Miss Wilford's eyes brightened. How considerate of Clara! If she's going to be here, I won't bother the Reverend with my idea. I'll wait and talk to Clara. Her hands adjusted the fur collar, positioning the tails and stroking the pointed ears. Matt suddenly looked up at Wilma with tears of fright in his wide eyes. He snatched at her dress, making the fabric cut into her shoulders. Wilma pulled his fingers loose and patted his hand. Miss Wilford hand waved the air. She rose and stopped to tuck the clinging jersey back into place. Well, I wanted to talk to the Reverend about holding a literary tea. I just discovered a darling lady who writes poetry, but Clara would be the one. Clara understands the need for refinement in our little corner of civilization. Wilma clenched her teeth in the inference. She might not understand all of Miss Wilford's big words, but it was obvious that Miss Wilford considered Clara Thayer a special individual. Whatever a literary tea was, it sounded boring. Wilma managed to utter a weak "oh," and bit her lower lip when she heard the sound come out in a flat monotone. Miss Wilford controlled a slight arc of one eyebrow and put one hand on the doorknob. Her mouth fell open in astonishment when the knob turned before she could close her fingers around it. The door swung inward so sharply it forced Loretta Wilford to step back in quick maneuver to keep from being struck in the face by the strength of the impact. Cerise raced 3 steps into the room before she noticed the movement. The rubber soles of her tennis shoes squeaked. Her feet skidded on the floor. Pigtails whirled forward over her chin and bounced on her shoulders. She came to a complete stop and turned towards the visitor. Loretta Wilford's hand clutched at the fox furs while Cerise's mouth went from gaping openness to a straight, appraising line. One hand flipped a braid back over her shoulder. Her eyes measured the distance between herself and Miss Wilford. Then she backed towards the chair and slipped up onto the cushion beside Matt. His arms caught Cerise's back. With a last peek at the furs, he buried his face in his sister's shoulder. Is she always in such a hurry? Miss Wilford patted her braids with fluttering fingertips. She watched Cerise with wariness of close to suspicion. Wilma wondered if the woman thought Cerise would spring from the chair and attack her. I'm afraid Cerise runs more than she walks. I never seen such an active kid. Wilma wondered if the woman thought Cerise would spring from the chair and attack her. I'm afraid Cerise runs more. Oh my god, I'm repeating words. Okay. The delicate lift of Miss Wilford's chin made Wilma's cheeks burn. She knew better. Phil had told her often enough. Not seen. It should be a saw. Oh God, would she ever learn to talk right? Well, she wasn't going to make Cerise apologize. It wasn't the child's fault. Cerise had not known Miss Wilford was behind the door. It served the woman right for taking so long to get her ass in action and get out. Wilma kept her chin high in half defiance and nodded only when Miss Wilford finally stepped out of the door. No point in saying anything else to the woman and making another mistake. What did the animal lady want? Cerise glared at the door through half-closed eyes. Cerise, her name is Miss Wilford. You can't keep calling her the animal lady. What if one of those foxes quits biting the other one and bites her? Wilma expelled a huge sigh. They're dead, Cerise. They can't let go. Dead things can't bite. Matt squirmed out of the chair and toddled across the floor towards the Davenport. The forgotten cat had emerged and was curled in sleep on an orange velvet pillow made for them by one of the gushy members of the ladies' circle. Wilma hoped that the Cat hair would ruin the hideous creation. With its row of pink crocheted lace and gaudy green embroidered, God bless this home. Kitty! Matt gurgled. Matt, come on, I'll put you in the wagon. Cerise hopped out of the chair and reached for Matt's hand. No! Matt's brown curls shook. He crawled up onto the davenport and scrambled across the cushions towards the cat. Don't you want Sis to play with you? Cerise reached to grab his leg and was rewarded with a kick of his foot. No! Play with Kitty! His arms went out and he gathered the cat up against his chest in a possessive hug. My Kitty! Wilma groaned. Cerise, leave him alone. He doesn't want to play with you. He wants to play with the cat. Wilma felt miserable. First, Miss Wilford, now the cat, and it was getting harder to move about. She didn't care what Phil thought. She wasn't going to be a blimp all her life. Before she came home from the hospital, she was going to have something done about it, but if Phil didn't agree she wouldn't come home, let him argue with that. He wasn't the one who had to wear flat-heeled shoes and sack dresses all the time. A furious squall erupted from the cat, followed by Matt's scream, a shrill scream of rage. Wilma turned to see the cat streak across the living room floor and disappeared into the front bedroom. Tears spilled down Matt's cheeks, while Cerise stood half smiling, her lower lip caught behind her shining upper teeth. Her fingers were laced behind her back. She was partially turned away, and Wilma couldn't see the full expression on her daughter's face, but the stance of Cerise's body indicated she was pleasantly enjoying Matt's display of temper. She pulled Kitty's tail! Matt yelled. Cerise, did you? Wilma's voice floundered as she uttered the words. She already knew the answer, and Cerise wasn't going to confirm it. All Wilma could expect was a sober, unwavering stare. This time, Cerise didn't even turn her head in response to the question. Instead, she suddenly reached out and hugged Matt. His angry struggles to escape her embrace quieted after she whispered in his ear. A smile replaced the pouting lower lip, and Matt started to giggle. Cerise turned and glanced up at Wilma with the flashing glitter of her green eyes. It's okay, Mommy. Matt wants me to play with him. I'm going to pull him in the wagon. Wilma sighed. Okay, but stay out of the street. She lumbered into the kitchen, welcoming the slam of the door and the silence in the house. All the extra weight she carried began to push down against her pelvic bones. She inhaled slowly. If it felt as if the baby was simply going to fall out of the kitchen linoleum. Thank goodness, Phil never had gotten around to oiling the rusty wheels of the hand-me-down wagon. She could keep track of the children by the squeak of the wheels and Matt's high-pitched peals of laughter. A pain surged up her spine and disappeared. Wilma stood thoughtfully rubbing her back and wondered when Matt had started his arrival into the world, she had pains in her back. Should she call Clara there? She managed her back a little longer and then reached for the refrigerator handle. Not until after dinner. If she had any more pains during dinner, she would have Phil call. She would put it off as long as possible. It's as if it was false labor. Wilma told herself that she would be stuck with Clara Thayers as a house guest. Hell, Clara would take over, acting as if she was being helpful when she was just really getting her own way. Like the Sunday, Clara had used up all the eggs for a potato salad when she knew Wilma was saving them for deviled eggs. Wilma poured herself a glass of iced tea and slammed the refrigerator door. Everything was ready. She was going to sit down and put her feet up until Phil come home. She struggled into the armchair, lifted her legs with agonizing slowness onto the stool, listened for the sound of the wagon. The second pain didn't start until they finished dinner. Phil was lifting Matt from the high chair when the twinge started in Wilma's back. It stabbed her at the pelvic bones and moved to the small of her back. Her eyes flew open. Hello. Thank you for being here. Wilma poured herself a glass of iced tea and slammed the refrigerator door. Everything was ready. She was going to sit down and put her feet up until Phil came home. Okay, I just repeated that. The second pain didn't start until they finished dinner. Phil was lifting Matt from the high chair when a twinge started in Wilma's back. It stabbed at her pelvic bone and moved the small of her back. Her eyes flew open. Her breath caught out in a loud gasp. The coffee cup clattered it to its saucer before she could breathe normally and lean against the wooden back of the chair. I think you had better call your mother, Phil. She could feel the perspiration beading her forehead. Phil eased Matt to the floor and gave her a wide-eyed look of concern. It's a week early, he said. His hand gripped hers and shook. Are you sure? She nodded. Sometime tonight, Phil. It's the beginning of the same way Matt did in my back. She checked the clock while Phil went to the phone. How long would it be before the next contraction? She had to be certain the children's routine was as normal as possible. Poor Cerise. Clara Thayer wasn't going to do any more than necessary for the girl, as she persisted in calling Cerise. She used Cerise's name reluctantly, usually only to snap orders. Wilma heard the click of the phone. Dresser drawer slam. Cerise must be hunting for her pajamas. Phil stuck her head around the kitchen door and she wiggled her little finger in acknowledgement of his concern. I'll get the kids into bed before Mother gets here. His smile was infectious, but Wilma could see the worried furrow between his eyebrows. I'm okay so far, she assured him. Put Cerise in with Matt and let your mother have Cerise's bed. Phil's eyes flashed with amusement to match his grin. Cerise will love it. She might even be reasonable about Mother being here if she can sleep with Matt. Wilma choked back the giggle she felt rising nervously out of her chest. If she let herself laugh now, it's going to upset Phil. Why couldn't she laugh like some of Phil's church ladies? They sounded like polite bells, tinkling pleasantly among each other. Her laugh came out rasping and coarse. She sounded like a braying animal. She never laughed around Phil's church people. She had learned to keep her mouth shut. Quiet little Mrs. Thayer. Except her sleep with Miss Wilford this afternoon, she hadn't made any mistakes. Mistakes that made people lift their eyebrows in that strange, surprised look. Her head turns towards the clock. A half hour since the last one. This was definitely labor. She waited until the pain completely subsided, then began to gather up the dishes, stacking plates and sorting the silver. Let them go, hon. Phil's hand reached across the table and took a glass out of her fingers. I'll do them. And if I don't have time, Mother can do them. It'll make her feel useful. Wilma dropped her fingertips to brush at the placemat. She could feel her spine giving away. The solidness of the chair back was all that held her body in a sitting position. She thought about moving to the comfort of bed, but the walk had all the appeal of a 10-mile hike. The dishes were too much. She wouldn't be here to listen to Clara Thayer's clucking her tongue against her teeth. Phil moved the last traces of the meal out of the room. She heard plates clatter on the countertop. The jarring sound of glass shattering in the sink made her wince. Don't worry about Mother, he rumpled on the top of her head, and with his hand when he came back into the room. If she has a little extra work to do, she won't have time to spoil Matt. The corners of her mouth lifted, and she leaned her head against the firmness of his abdomen. Oh, Phil,
don't let her pick on Cerise too much. She could feel the rumble of his chuckle through her cheek as she held her against him. Don't worry about Cerise. I'll let her tag along with me during the day. He gave her hair a little gentle pat. Now, let me go make sure those two are ready for bed. Wilma propped her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands. She closed her eyes and listened to the sound of Matt giggling and then the deep resonant tones of Phil's voice. She couldn't hear the words, but it had what she called his praying sound. It was the sound of Phil's voice that kept her entranced during his prayers. She still didn't understand many of his words. After 5 years, she was ashamed to tell him so. Hallowed. What did hallowed mean? Phil didn't seem to think it was important for her to know. Another contraction. Short, quick, but a contraction. 20 minutes. They were getting closer together. What was keeping Clara Thayer? Phil, why don't you put my suitcase in the car? She asked when he emerged from the bedroom. She pressed both hands against the tabletop and pushed herself to her feet. I think I'll get my purse. Only a quick biting of his lips gave her any indication of Phil's nervousness. He moved with his long, easy step into the bedroom and out of the door with the suitcase. Her own movements were a matter of slow, deliberate concentration. Think. Where was her purse? Think again. Run a comb through your hair. She looked down at her pudgy hands. No more. This was the last. Mom just drove in, Phil said as he came into the bedroom. His arms went around her from behind and caressed her swollen breast. Wilma nodded in reply and leaned against him. Dressed in her flat heels, her head rested in the center of his broad, muscular chest. The hardness of his body was as comforting as the wooden chair back. We had better go, she said to his mirrored reflection. The next contraction timed itself to Clara Thayer's entrance. She stopped and dug her nails into Phil's arms while she counted to herself. This was longer than the others. The vision of Clara Thayer with her sandy hair mussed and her blouse misbuttoned sent an exhilarating burst of energy through Wilma's body. The contraction ebbed away, and she straightened with a deep breath. Thank you for coming, Mother Thayer, she said, amazed to find herself meaning the words for the first time. Come on, don't take time to gossip. Phil was tugging at her elbow and was with a compelling urgency. The giggle came bursting out, and Wilma didn't try to choke it back. It was worth having a baby just to see Clara Thayer clutching and twisting her handbag between her scrawny fingers. Even the great Clara had uncertainties. Wilma forced back the rest of the giggle and pushed herself forward. Walking took too much effort. Phil's hand tightened on her elbow and steered her across the grass to the driveway. She sighed with relief and lowered herself onto the car seat. It was almost over. Clara Thayer felt oddly out of place without Wilma in the house. She was alone in the strange furniture and the neatness. There wasn't any place for her among all the polish and tables and sparkling floors. Not even 2 children and a pregnancy diminished Wilma's ability as a homemaker. There was nothing for her to do. The children were asleep. She wandered into the kitchen. Dishes. There were dishes to do. Philip would be pleased when he came home and found the dishes done and put away. She would be certain things were neat. Wilma kept the house in such perfect order. She had to be sure that it stayed that way. It was true. A woman lost her son when he married. Nothing he could do would make her important to Philip again. She sloshed the plate through the hot sudsy water. Even the earthenware plates were not something she expected her son to have in his own home. He had been raised with fine, delicate china. All her efforts to teach him elegance, and he ate on earthenware plates. No matter how often she suggested to Wilma that a home needed fine china for entertaining, they still used these heavy things.
suitable for a common laborer, not a minister. And mugs! She scowled at the two mugs. It was Wilma. Wilma had changed Philip. Her big blue eyes watching Philip with those worshipping looks. How could a mother expect her son to talk to her anymore? She couldn't expect to compete with Wilma's adoring, simpering gaze. Not even her changing to Philip's church, attending faithfully every Sunday, had brought him back to the closeness she had felt with him before his marriage. She rinsed the mugs twice and moved mechanically through the rest of the dishes. Now, she would have Philip to herself for a few days. Maybe he would talk to her, talk with the excited energy she used to see when he was home on his college vacation. He had hardly spent any time with her since Matthew was born. After the dishes were put away, with a sniff at the orderliness of Wilma's cupboards, Clara proud about the kitchen. A chocolate chip cookie from the whimsical gingerman jar proved to be soft and full of flavor. She helped herself to a couple more and flipped the kitchen light switch. Philip said that she was to sleep in Cerie's bed. Where had they put the girl? Clara gathered up her overnight suitcase and tiptoed into the children's bedroom. With only the light from the window, she had to pause and let her eyes become accustomed to seeing in the semi-darkness. A light would only wake little Matt. She eased her suitcase onto the bed and moved cautiously across the room to check on her grandson. When she bent over, Cerise turned in her sleep. One foot pushed the covers off the sleeping form. Clara stiffened and took an angry step forward. Little Matt flinched in his sleep. The girl was disturbing him. She took a sharp intake of breath. The girl was uncovering his grandson. He could catch a cold. She snatched the covers and pulled at them, yanking them from under Cerie's legs and tugging them up around Matt's shoulders. Cerise rolled again. This time, Clara was ready for her. She caught the girl's foot and held it. The girl rolled to a sitting position and rubbed at her eyes. "Get up!" Clara snapped in a hoarse whisper. Cerise only rubbed at her eyes again. "Why?" "I'm moving you to the couch." Clara grabbed a folded blanket from the end of the bed and snatched Cerise's pillow. "Come on! Don't argue!" The girl stumbled out of the bed and stood shaking her head. "Daddy Phil told me to sleep with Matt." "Shh! Don't talk. You'll wake him up," Clara continued to whisper. Cerise hung back against the bed and Clara grabbed the girl's arm and yanked her away from the bed and across the floor. She pushed Cerise through the door and closed it behind her. "Why do you have to sleep on the Davenport?" "Don't know what Philip's thinking of," Clara grumbled. "Why?" "Because boys and girls aren't supposed to sleep together. It's not right. Not right at all." Clara threw the pillow down on the Davenport and shook the blanket out. "Get up here, girl, and I'll cover you up." "But Daddy Phil said..." Clara reached out and clamped one hand on the girl's shoulder. Her fingers dug into the flesh, but Cerise didn't budge. Her bare feet were planted firmly apart in a defiant stance. Her eyes glared up into Clara's. The girl's chin tilted upward in an outright challenge of Clara's order. "Phillips isn't here now." Clara snapped the words out. "I am, and you are going to do as I say." The room was too dark for Clara to see the girl's eyes clearly, but she could see the glistening rebellion. The muscles of the girl's shoulder were tight under her hand. They stood and glared at each other until Cerise shook her shoulder free and climbed up on the Davenport. "And don't lie there crying either. I don't want to hear it." Cerise sat with her fists clenched and the eyelashes lifted. For a moment, she looked directly into Clara Thayer's eyes. "I don't cry. I never cry." The eyelashes lowered, and Cerise stretched out on the Davenport. Her eyes remained focused on Clara from beneath the half-closed eyelids, and Clara could feel the resentment, and for a second, her hands shook with loathing. At the other end of the Davenport, a furry shape stirred. The cat stretched and meowed in confusion, protest against the movement of the cushion. At a cat! Clara tossed the blanket over Cerise and reached for the offensive creature. You can't have a cat in the house! Clara snatched the cat roughly in her hands, relieved at having something to take her attention from the colorless girl. She started to the door and the squirming creature, but Cerise's voice cut through the semi-lighted room. It's not my cat, it's Matt's! Clara glanced down at the ball of multicolor and hesitated. Matt? What if the cat wandered off? Matt might cry. She pulled the animal against her body and turned back towards the bedroom. If it belongs to Matt, it should be on his bed, not yours. Mommy doesn't let us have the cat in bed. Clara halted at the bedroom door. Cerise's statement rang in her ears. The girl was telling her what to do. Your mommy's not here either. I'm running things. Clara stepped into the bedroom and shut the door. Before she dropped the cat distastefully on the floor, let it find its own place to sleep in here, away from the girl. They are all away from the hideous child. She had no respect for authority at all. After Philip got home, they would settle things. Philip would make the girl understood that obedience was important. The girl would straighten up. Philip was always respectful to the eldest. He would be shocked if he knew the girl had argued, and Clara meant to tell him. Matt twisted and rolled over his back. Clara stood beside his bed and touched the soft curls with a gentle finger. For a few moments, she looked down at the sleeping child and smiled. What a difference between the two children! It was obviously the result of having a decent father. She brushed the child's hair once more and turned to her suitcase. Tomorrow she would fix Philip's breakfast. He had loved hot cakes when he was a boy. She would fix hot cakes. Tomorrow they could have a nice long talk after breakfast, and she would tell him gently about Cerise's attitude. One sip of coffee. Philip braced one shoulder against the wooden pillar on the porch and tilted his head upward. An awning of drifting clouds shut off most of the visible stars. Low on the western horizon, he could see an expanse of grey sky where a cluster of stars aligned. A cluster of stars glistened above the mountain peaks. It must be clear at the Oregon coast. In the warmness of the night air, he felt a wild excitement in his mind. An excitement. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to drink my tea. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. In the warmness of the night air, he felt a wild excitement in his mind, an excitement like the first time he preached a sermon in a strange town. All the unknown faces turned up toward him, waiting for his words, the shining eyes, the thrill of seeing people inch forward in their seats, the electrical tingle in his spine when he transferred his own energy into their waiting bodies. He had to get it back. Had to get back to that kind of preaching. Back to the exhilarated faces, the shouted amens. It was applause. There was applause in the gospel tent. A man knew he had touched souls. He could see it, feel it, he could hear it. The church. The polite nods, occasionally a mouth open. Most often, the head bowed on cue and lifted on cue, the polite nods. They didn't need a man's vitality. He could feel the tentacle of complacency reaching out from the pews, tentacles that would engulf him if he didn't make the move soon. Wilma was right, her big, pleading eyes looking up at him from the hospital bed. Her dark hair was damp with sweat, strands clinging to the white hospital sheets. No more, Phil. No more kids. More children could only force him into the trap of staying where it was secure. He turned towards the darkened windows of the parsonage. Odd. He had expected his mother to be up, waiting for news. He groped for the light switch and decided against waking her. If she wanted to sleep, let her sleep. The blonde head lifted from the pillow, and Cerise sat up and shaking her head back and forth at the sudden onslaught of light. One pigtail had come undone, and the soft tresses of her hair swirled with the movement of her head. Cerise, honey, what are you doing out here? He bent and took her small face in his hands, looking into the sleep-induced blankness of her green eyes. Her pale lashes squinched shut, recoiling against the light in the room. Her lower lip drew back against her upper teeth for a long, breathless second. He continued to sit, holding her face in his hands. She blurted out the words. She made me sleep here. But why? Were you and Matt playing instead of sleeping? Cerise tried to shake her head, but his hands kept her turned towards him. We weren't playing. She woke me up and made me come out here. She said that boys and girls weren't supposed to sleep together. Phil took his hands away and sat back on his heels. The urge to laugh made him explode with a long breath of air. He reached out and gathered Cerise into his arm. Why is it wrong, Daddy Phil? Phil hugged the girl against her chest and rubbed his chin in the whispery softness of her hair. There's nothing wrong, Cerise. Grandma Thea has some old-fashioned ideas. I expect she forgets you and Matt are brother and sister. I told her you said that I was to sleep with Matt. She made me move anyway. She snuggled tightly against his chest and yawned. One hand twisted at a button of his shirt and the other fell limply onto her lap. She tipped her head back to look up at his face. Why can't I sleep with Matt? Daddy Phil, the Davenport is all lumpy. I'll say it is. Phil chuckled. One glance showed the uneven hollows and ridges. The scratchy mohair was reaching through the pants of his leg to scratch at his skin. One of the universal features of the furnished parsonage.
Stretch!
Oh. Thank you. One of the universal features of a furnished parsonage appeared to be Davenports that defied all rules of comfort. I guess your Grandma Thea thinks the bed is too narrow for the two of you. Cerise's head shook. She's not my grandma, and she hates me. Phil slid his hand around behind Cerise's neck and cradled the back of her head. He hugged her and tried to find some soothing words. She doesn't hate you, Cerise. Her head twisted away from his chest and she looked up into his eyes. Phil saw the flash of green and the squinting of her eyes. Her mouth twisted in one corner. Children knew. They had instincts. There was no way he could lie to Cerise. But how could he explain his mother's action? He decided to change the subject. Cerise. Oh, one moment. I have a phone text. Okay. All good. He decided to change the subject. Cerise, don't worry. You have a new sister. You can sleep with her, and Grandma Thea can't say a word about it being wrong. He felt her body stiffen, the muscles still like a balloon expanding under his fingertips. When he glanced down, both of Cerise's hands were balled up into fists. I don't want a sister. Cerise, honey, you'll love her. She's going to look a lot like Matt. Lots of curly dark hair and biggest eyes. There was no relaxation in Cerise's body. Phil struggled to think of something to melt the girl's resentment. We name her Kathleen. Her spine stiffened against his arm. When he looked down, her lower lip was protruding in an angry pout, and he sighed. It had been a long night. He was too tired to think of anything else. Cerise would adjust. She had accepted Matt, doted on Matt. It would be all right after she saw the baby, and Wilma would be home, and Wilma would handle Cerise. An ache was building between his shoulder blades, and Phil pulled himself away from the Davenport. It took the last of his strength to concentrate on getting to his feet with Cerise held in his arms. Come on, Cerise, you can sleep with me. Her delicate frame relaxed instantly at his words, and she clung to his shoulders with a muffled giggle. Her cheek rubbed back and forth on his chest with a circular motion while he carried her into the bedroom. Daddy, Phil! The words were whispered in the darkness, and he answered sleepily. What is it, Cerise? She put the cat in Matt's room. Mommy doesn't want the cat in the bedroom. We'll take care of it in the morning. He drifted into sleep, aware that Cerise had sidled over in the bed and was plastered up against him. His hand slid up and down across his chest. Her fine hair had unbraided itself and caressed his arm. Cerise Hi, Daddy! Thank you for being here. Thank you. Have a seat. She sounded contented, he thought, and said a silent prayer of thanks for the temporary moment of peace. Fatigue snatched the last traces of consciousness from him. The peace was shattered by Matt's shriek. Phil's eyes flew open and then relaxed. Daylight. The shriek meant Matt was protesting against clothes. Phil smiled wryly. Matt's ordinary. Thank you for the cheer. Oh my god, you always come in and cheer. Thank you so much, Hikari. Matt's ordinary routine every morning was to spend half an hour running through the house in the nude. Clara Thayer might ordinarily forgive Matt any indiscretion, but her Puritan soul would rebel against nudity. Even in a 2-year-old, Matt might have to suffer the indignities of being forcibly dressed. The shriek was cut off by the slamming of a door. Phil rolled gingerly out of bed and resisted the impulse to stroke Cerise's forehead. Let her sleep. She needed her rest. The little girl would have enough troubles with Grandma Thayer. If Matt was still fighting the confinement of clothes, the shower drowned out the sound effects. By the time Phil came into the dining room, the boy was perched in the high chair with a cherubic smile, cheerfully hammering an empty cup with his spoon. One strand of Clara Thayer's hair had fallen over her forehead. She pushed it back in annoyance and then picked up a fork. She laid the silverware out in a precise line across the brown linen placement. I couldn't find a tablecloth, Philip. She looked up at him with a frown. We never use them, Phil said. Wilma says that placemats are better. If the kids spill, she only has to wash one placemat. There are some plastic ones somewhere. I loathed plastic, his mother snapped. Even for children. Children should be taught good manners, not to spill. Placemats are bad enough without even being made out of plastics. Phil watched his mother rearranging the position of one of the forks, adjusting the placement of her coffee cup. Mother, aren't you curious about your new grandchild? Her head darted up. The corners of her mouth drooped in chagrin. In chagrin?
Oh, Philip, what came over me? I got so rattled. What? I mean, is it a boy or a girl? A girl, mother. She's the prettiest baby I ever saw. In spite of his determination to act unconcerned, his grin spread. He felt a glowing warmth inside his chest. The tiny little girl had eyes that opened wider than any baby in the hospital nursery. He had been amazed at his own pride. Wait until you see her. A girl? Clara's mouth was still half open. A girl, she repeated. What are you going to name her? We have already chosen her name. He caught a spoon with an automatic reflex as Matt sent it sailing into the air. Her name is Kathleen Wilma Thayer. Clara's forehead wrinkled. She straightened and rose from the table. What kind of name is Kathleen for a minister's daughter? Matthew was a good name. I suspected Rachel or Mary. Kathleen sounds frivolous. Phil handed the spoon back to Matt and smiled. Not frivolous, feminine. Strikes me there's too many fancy names for girls around here, Philip. I admit it's not as bad as... She glanced towards the living room and her eyes flew open with surprise. She turned to Phil with her chin rigid and her shoulders snapped outwards. I put the girl on the Davenport. Where is she? Phil raised on hand to calm her. Don't get excited, mother. She's in my bed. Your bed? The words came out in a shock rush of air. Well, I'll straighten her out. Spoiled brat. I told her to sleep on the Davenport. I don't like sneaky kids, sneaking off into your bed as soon as my back was turned. She didn't sneak off, mother. I put her there. The color faded from Clara Thayer's face. Her mouth snapped shut. She stared at him as if she didn't believe him. Philip. Her tongue slid across her lips. She paused, and finally, her eyes moved from his to stare down at the table. It's not right, Philip. You're a man of God. You should know it's not right. You are no relation. Phil grabbed a cup and headed towards the kitchen. There's nothing wrong with it, mother. Cerise is my daughter, and she was unhappy and uncomfortable too, I might add. The Davenport is a torture chamber. You can't make something sinful out of the normal need of a child being loved. He paused before he passed her chair and felt a wave of sympathy at the dejected slump of her shoulders. Mother, he said softly, and put one hand on her shoulder. Are you sure you aren't letting your bitterness about that affecting your thinking? You cannot see everything in the world as sinful when it's merely normal love. He felt the quick tenseness in her shoulder before she sank in her chair. I don't know what you're talking about, Philip. Why should your father have anything to do with it? He gave her another pat. A tremor in her arm betrayed the indifference of her words. Forget it, Mom. I know you never said a word, but I heard all the gossip from the other kids in school. Now, let's have some breakfast. In the few minutes it took him to fill his coffee cup, Clara managed to regain the color in her face. She bustled into the kitchen with her chin up and pushed him towards the door. The girl is up, Philip, she snapped. See that she's dressed before breakfast. There'll be no sitting down to the table in pajamas while I'm here. Phil smiled to himself and sampled his coffee. It was weak, but drinkable. Not as hearty as Wilma usually made. But then, his mother could never make a decent pot of coffee. Cerise scampered from the bedroom to the bathroom, clutching on a armful of clothes. She emerged from the bathroom, dressed but holding a ribbon and a brush. Daddy Phil, can you fix my braids? Phil set his coffee down and groaned. Like it or not, he was stuck with the job. No hope in handing this task to his mother, not the way things were going between her and Cerise. His fingers twisted woodenly and then started to work the slithery strands up and over into a loose plaiting. It didn't resemble Wilma's handiwork at all. He brushed the strands out and started over, pulling more tightly until this time
It resulted in a halfway acceptable pair of pigtails. "You've been very patient with your dad," he said, and patted Cerise lightly on the backside when he finished tying the ribbon in place. His mother's loud sniff indicated her disapproval of his action. She placed a plate in hot cakes in the center of the table and slowly eased herself into her chair. "Say grace, Philip." He stifled an impulse to add a few words about humility and compassion and concluded with a simple amen. His mother echoed the words so loudly that Matt jerked and stared at her with a puzzled expression. Clara raised her head. She gazed at him with an air of expectancy. "Aren't you surprised, Philip?" "Hot cakes." "Juice." "Juice," Matt demanded and held his cup out towards Phil. "Okay, Tiger, I'll get it." He moved quickly into the kitchen and grabbed a pitcher of orange juice from the refrigerator. He hesitated, then reached into the bowl of boiled eggs and snatched one. "What did I forget?" his mother asked. She looked at Matt and shook her head. "I gave him a glass of milk." "Mommy gives us orange juice every morning." Cerise announced the words into the air without a glance in Clara Thayer's direction. "Every morning?" Clara's words were a confused echo. She watched Phil tapping the shell of his eggs against his plate. "Philip, aren't you going to have any hot cakes? It's your favorite. When you were a little boy, you always wanted hot cakes." Phil could detect the slight twang of a whine creeping into her voice, and he hit the shell of the egg even harder against the dish. Fragments of shell fell into place. "When I was a boy, it's right, Mother. Have to watch the waistline now. Usually only have toast and an egg for breakfast." He sprinkled salt across the shiny white of the egg and bit into it. "Don't worry, Matt will eat my share." "Kitty wants some." Matt leaned over and dropped a sticky chunk of hot cake onto the floor. Phil groaned. "That's enough of that, Cerise." He turned to Cerise, who was wiping her hand on a napkin. "You look like you're finished. Put the cat outside." "Oh, but Philip, it's Matt's pet. What if it gets lost?" Clara's voice was almost lost in Matt's yell of protest when Cerise carried the cat to the front door and dumped it on the porch. She leaned against the glass pane of the door and watched the cat while Matt subsided into a sniffling pout. "It's a stray that wandered in here, Mother. It shouldn't be in the house much." "But Matt loves it." He forgets it the minute it's out of sight." Phil washed the last of the egg down with a weak coffee and added, "If you leave it outside, it might go back to where it belongs." His mother began stirring at her coffee. Phil had the sensation of having seen her do this often. A ritual, a stirring of a coffee, a few clearings of her throat. He could remember baseball games were pushed aside. Times when he squirmed in his chair wanting to go to the bathroom. Whenever his mother started clearing his throat, it meant a forthcoming discussion. A discussion that wouldn't end until Clara Thayer ran out of complaints. Phil hesitantly put his cup down and stood up before he could get her speech underway. "Well, it was so late, Mother. I'll have to leave the dishes to you." "But Philip," her voice stuck as if she had been caught before she could clear her throat, "I thought we were going to have some time to talk. I hardly ever get to talk to you alone anymore." Her glance darted to Cerise and came back to focus on her plate. "I think there are some things we have to get straight." "Not this morning, Mother. I have an appointment and some notes to go over before the man gets here." He glanced at his watch and shook his head. "I'll be in my office until he gets here. Just send him back." She began stacking the plates with over-elaborate care. "Of course, Philip. Is it anyone I know, dear? One of the church board members?" He grinned at her attempt to probe for information. "No, it's no one from the church, Mother." He stopped, suddenly remembering it was Friday morning. The janitor would be waiting at the church. "Cerise, would you do Daddy Phil a favor?" She turned from her vigil at the front window, nodded, and walked towards him. She stood waiting expectantly. The braids didn't look too bad. Tomorrow he would do a better job. Take the keys up to the church and wait for Mr. Wilkins. Tell him to bring the keys here to the parsonage when he's through. When you have done it before. She reached for the keys as he patted her on the head. Thanks, Cerise. You're a big help. Can I play at the church for a while? He nodded. Be home for lunch. What if she lost the keys? Philip. Certainly Mr. Wilkins knows enough to come down here and get them if you don't show up. Clara was scowling at the door, watching Cerise close it behind her. Mother? You fret about the most unimportant things and Cerise won't lose the keys. He bent and dropped a quick kiss on her forehead, surprised at the coarseness of her hair against the cheek, not like the softness of Wilma's curls, but then there was no softness anywhere in his mother's nature. Even her hand was bony and hard when she patted his arm. Would you like me to make some more coffee? Perhaps your visitor would like some? No, it's strictly a business matter, Mother. He squeezed her hand and realized from the disappointed droop of her chin that she was trying hard to be helpful. I'm counting on you to keep Matt out of my hair, he said, and watched her face blossom at the mention of her grandson. Oh, of course I will. We'll have a lot of fun, won't we, Matthew? Would you like Grandma to read you a story? Matt shook his head. No. Phil laughed at the look of dismay on his mother's face. Thought it would be easy, didn't you? He retreated into his office and chuckled at the coaxing tone of his mother's voice while she attempted to find an appealing entertainment for the headstrong 2-year-old. It was hardly 15 minutes later when Clara Thayer opened his office door, but already a second strand of hair was dangling over her forehead. Mr. Gower is here. I guess he's the man that you were waiting for. Phil detected a note of disapproval in her voice before she gave a long sigh. Does Matthew have another pair of shoes? She threw one of his in the sink right into the dishwasher. I think so, but if you can't find them, let him go barefoot. He looked over his shoulder and then motioned to the man waiting behind her. Come on in, Ted. Hope you have come to a favorable decision, Reverend. Oh, I have a couple of questions, but on the whole, it sounds good. Come on in and let's hash it over. Clara Thayer stepped aside to let the man enter. Phil watched her eyes sweeping over the man in gabardine suit, evaluating the silk of his shirt and resting on the gold cross cufflinks. He hovered in the doorway, her glance going from one man to the other, her head thrust forward, chins tilted up, and she was straining to hear every word of the conversation. Mother, you'd be better to check on Matt. Her head pulled back. Her mouth clamped itself into an offended pursing of her lips. Of course, Philip. I do know my responsibility, she said, and stiffened her shoulders before she turned and left the doorway. She said that she was your mother, Ted Gower commented. Guess it means you're a father again. Last night, Phil smiled. Cutest little girl on earth. He picked up a stack of paper and tapped them with his index finger. You have an interesting idea here, Ted. The percentages interest me. The man leaned forward to the edge of his chair, and I thought, wait a minute. Oh my god. The man leaned forward on the edge of his chair. I thought they would. I do all the promotion and set up work. You do the preaching. All you have to do is go in and conduct the gospel meetings. Everything will be set up of you. For 50% of the collection? Tad Gower nodded. That's right. Oh, wait, hang on. My cat is here. Mama, no. No. Yeah. No. You stay there. Sorry, guys. forgot to keep the door closed. So we have a visitor now. Hmm. Ted Gowan nodded. That's right, you get half. Phil rubbed the back of his neck while he considered the situation. It had tempted him ever since Ted Gower appeared in the vestibule after church a month ago. How can you be sure that I'm the one you want for this, Ted? I told you, Reverend, I've been studying most of the good gospel style preachers, and you have got promise. Ted struck the edge of Phil's desk with an open palm. You have the personality, the ability. All you need is someone to take charge of arranging the meetings. Oh, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. All you need is for someone to take charge of arranging the meetings, and you can reach more people in 1 week than you will all year here in this dinky farming community. Phil stroked his cheeks and took a long deep breath. But I have a contract here for another year. I don't feel right about leaving them high and dry. They are all good folks. Ted shrugged and leaned back in his chair. Don't think it's a problem. We want to start out slow anyhow. I can set up meetings for weekdays in other towns. You can be back here on Sunday service. It will take a while to build up your demand to the point where you'll be having services every week. There are going to be a lot of dead weeks in the beginnings. You sound like a theatrical agent, Phil murmured. In a way, I am, he admitted with an embarrassing grin. Don't mean to offend you, Reverend, but the ability to preach wasn't all that made me come to you. You've got youth and good looks. Run a snappy photograph of you in the local papers a week or so ahead of the Gospels meetings, and there'll be a crowd of women out there for every meeting. Some of them might even drag their husbands along. He leaned forward and patted the desk again. 25% of the collection goes to every church that invites us in. That keeps them happy. All they have to furnish us is the meeting place and a pianist. I get 25% for my setup work, and you get the rest. Phil leaned back in the chair and fingered the contract with one hand. How can you be so sure that there will be enough to divide? Ted Gower grinned so broadly that there was a flash of metallic fillings. Reverend, I'm counting on your preaching and my advertising genius to make it worthwhile. Phil let the contract fall back to the desktop and sat looking at the dotted lines that waited for his signature. He closed his eyes and thought about the proposition. Last night he had been so sure that this was what he wanted, a series of evangelistic meetings, only around the state to begin with, but Ted Gower was making it sound like a carnival circuit. He had to be sure that he would keep control. When he opened his eyes, he met Ted's waiting gaze. You understand, I'm not a faith healer. I'm not a messiah. No outlandish claims or publicity. If there's anything I object to in any ad, I cancel the agreement. Right. Gower leaned forward. Dignity. I know. You have my word. I'll keep up the standards. Reverend, count on it. Phil began making notes across the neatly typed forms. Just to be sure, Ted, I'll write these conditions in and sign it when you have it retyped. Sure. Gower nodded so vigorously the chair legs squeaked with his movement. It will take a few weeks to get things lined up. We'll need to get a couple of good photos too. He took the papers when Phil folded them and handed them across the desk. This time next year, Reverend, we'll have meetings set up all over the state. People will be flocking to see you. I hope you mean flocking to hear me, Ted. Phil grabbed the man's shoulder and felt the flabbiness gave way under his fingers. Did he really need this man? He directed Ted Gower to the door and watched the man climb laboriously into a small economy car. Phil thought about the time it would require for him to make all the arrangements for the meetings and turn back into the house. If he wanted to accomplish anything, he had to admit he did need a Ted Gower. Matt crawled out from behind the Davenport and grabbed one of Phil's ankles. "Kitty's gone!" he announced and looked up at Phil with his wide, pleading eyes. "I've looked all over the yard, Philip," his mother said. "The cat is nowhere around." Phil tossed Matt slightly in the air. "It probably found another place for a free meal, Mother, or else it will come back when it gets hungry." He sat Matt back on his feet and headed to the privacy of his office. The whereabouts of a stray cat was hardly an important problem. He had some serious thinking to do. The cat was waiting on the front step when Cerise came out of the door. She jangled the keys and stuck her tongue out when the cat meowed in the plaintive plea for attention. She bounced down the front steps one at a time and stopped when she landed on the sidewalk. The cat stretched and followed her. It walked around and around, rubbing against her legs, purring enticingly for affection. Caught Cerise caught the cat under its soft belly and held it to her chest. She clutched it tightly when she ambled down the street to the church. Even after she settled down on the front steps of the church to wait for Mr. Wilkins, she continued to hold the cat. It squirmed and twisted, but after a pat on the head and a scratch on the behind the ears, the cat relaxed into a purr and closed its eyes. "Are you waiting for me, Cerise?" She raised her head and nodded to the ruddy-faced janitor. The question was part of their game. He knew he was waiting for him, but he always asked. "Got a friend with you today?" Cerise followed his glance down to the cat and shook her head. "No, Daddy said that it was a stray." "Your daddy must be busy again. He had a man coming to see him?" Mr. Wilkins coughed and dug into the pocket of his coveralls and for a packet of gum. It was part of the ritual. Cerise would watch soberly. Mr. Wilkins took out a stick of gum and chewed slowly. After a few minutes, he would say, "That's good," and smack his lips. Then he would offer her a stick of gum too. She kept her face emotionless and watched him without saying a word. Another part of the game. She waited. That's good." Mr. Wilkins finally smacked his lips, smiled, and handed her a stick of gum. She handed him the keys, and the game was over. Mr. Wilkins would start cleaning the floors and dusting the pews. She shifted the gum from side to side in her mouth while she decided where she would play. Sometimes Daddy Phil let her play the piano in the basement, but Mr. Wilkins didn't like her to get into his way. She was in the cemetery yesterday, and the bell tower wasn't fun unless there were people to watch in the churchyard. The cat slipped and dug its claw into her leg to regain its balance. Cerise flinched, grabbed the animals with both hands, and stood up. She would go to the cemetery to the creek. Her arms tightened around the wiggling cat as she walked through the graveyard and crawled under the fence. She had not been to the creek for a long time. The weeds in the field were as high as her head in some places, and there were thistles. She had to watch out for them. The cat meowed, and Cerise looked into the animal's yellow eyes. Only a faint silver of black showed in the center of them. The cat blinked up at her, and she squinted in an attempt to imitate the cat. They stared at each other until a soft smile appeared on Cerise's face. She stomped the weed down, making a path ahead of her, and headed for the creek. Every bone in Clara Thayer's spine ached, but she wasn't going to admit it, not as long as there was an aspirin left in the house. Either she was getting old, or Matthew was the most active little boy she had ever seen. After only 3 days, she was exhausted. Thank goodness Thank goodness Philip will be bringing Wilma and the new baby home tomorrow. She was ready to go back to her own house. Clara sank into the dining room chair, and leaned both elbows on the table. Matthew was tucked into bed and asleep. At least he had quit asking about the cat. She hated to admit Philip was right. It must have found another home. She had time to rest. Philip had taken the girl with him to the hospital. Tonight, Clara intended to wait for him to come home. If she was going to have a talk with Philip, it would have to be tonight. There were so many things wrong in this household. Too lax. Things were too lax. Philip should know better. First, the girl sleeping in the same bed with Matthew. Philip even let her sleep with him. They were no relation. She even put the two children in the same bathtub. She wasn't raised that way. She had not raised Philip that way. The private parts of the body should be covered. The casual way Philip treated Matthew's nakedness was unthinkable. It must be Wilma's influence. And that fancy-shirted man. Philip hadn't given her one hint about his business with the man. He certainly wasn't a local man. No farmer around this area wore gold cufflinks. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you. Sorry. He certainly wasn't a local man. No farmer around this area wore gold cufflinks. If Philip was planning to move to another parish, she had the right to be told. She wasn't going to drive this far to attend Phil's church if he wasn't planning on staying here. Headlights flashed at the windows. Two cars' doors slammed shut, and Clara pulled up her shoulders up into an erect, waiting alertness. She fixed a welcoming smile on her face, determined to look happy even if the girl spoke to her. One second, my cat. Hey! Hey! He wants to eat my plant again. Nope. He's obsessed with like my plant. Like yesterday he ate some. And then he vomited it back out. So I don't understand why he wants to eat my plants. Yes? You okay? Yeah. Yes, by the way, that emote that Twisty is using is my real cat. Sorry. He looks exactly like this. But he's a lot older now. He's 14 years old now, so okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay. If Philip was planning, she fixed a welcoming smile on her face, determined to look happy even if the girl spoke to her. The girl was strangely subdued. She glanced once at Clara, then turned and ducked into Philip's bedroom without saying a single word. Clara almost sighed with relief. At last, she was going to have a few more minutes alone with her son. She cleared her throat and pointed to the chair beside her. Philip, come here and talk. Are you sure you want to, Mother? You look tired. He hesitated, but after a few seconds, he shrugged his shoulders and moved across the living room and towards her. She almost weakened when he flashed a radiant smile at her and dropped into the chair. Philip's smiles always made her feel warm, proud to be his mother, but things had to be said. She couldn't let his charm divert her. I'm tired, I admit, she said. But if we don't talk tonight, there won't be another chance. There are things I must say to you, Philip. Sounds serious. He leaned back in the chair with a suspicious twinkle in his eye. Don't laugh at me, Philip. I'm older than you are, and I know when things are wrong. She folded her hands together and cleared her throat. Now, I know you are a minister, but that doesn't give you the right to excuse sin. Philip's mouth dropped in a moment of surprise. The twinkle came back into his eyes. Well, he could treat it as a joke if he wanted to, but she was going to have her say, even if it made him mad. Don't scoff at me, young man. I am your mother. You know better than to condone nudity and lust. These things start early. You can't go on letting Matthew run around here without clothes in front of a little young girl. Putting them together in a bathtub is only going to lead to trouble. Now, mother, they are only children. If you don't put ideas into their heads, they won't think anything is wrong. After all, our bodies are created by God, not the girl's. She's no creation of the Lord's, and you let her sleep in the same bed with you. Clara brought her hand up to her mouth and glanced away. Philip's eyes had lost their merriment. Good. He could be mad if he wanted to. She was his mother. He had a right to straighten things out. Cerise is my daughter. I legally adopted her. And if she sleeps with me, it's only because she needs some affection. With Wilma in the hospital, she doesn't have anyone to turn to except me. She's not really your daughter, Clara retorted. The steely tone of Philip's words stung in her ears. And don't take that preachy attitude with me. I am your mother, and I have a right, a duty, to speak up when you're doing something wrong. It is wrong, Philip. Wrong. He shook his head and then closed his eyes. She heard him take a long, slow, deep breath and hold it. She clenched her hands so tightly she could feel her knuckles ache under the pressure. This wasn't the way she had expected the talk to go. Philip had never argued with her before. She suspected that she didn't always agree, but he never argued. He had taught him to respect her, and here he was implying that she was wrong. Philip slowly expelled the breath that he had been holding and opened his eyes. The smile had vanished, and Clara looked away when he spoke. As far as Cerise is concerned, I am her father, and I want you to treat her as my child. You cannot shower all your attention on Matt without Cerise knowing that you don't like her. You're not even trying to treat her like a grandchild. You don't even treat her like a member of the family. Clara could only shake her head over and over. He was asking too much of her. I can't treat her like a grandchild, Philip. I won't. Why? I don't know anything about her. Who her father was. You never told me a thing. I don't know whether if Wilma is a widow or divorced. I'm assuming she's a widow since no decent man would marry a divorced woman. At least a minister wouldn't. I do know the girl is not your blood, and who knows what she is. She's evil. I know evil when I see it. Mother, don't interrupt me. She struggled to keep her voice under control. The anger was making her sound whiny. She's insolent. She stares at me as if she hated me. Sometimes she won't even answer me. When I tell her to do something, she just stands there and looking at me. Perhaps you tried asking her, Mother, instead of always telling her. And it might help if you call her by her name instead of referring her as girl. She might respond better. I refuse to use that ridiculous name, Cerise. What kind of Christian name is that? He put his hand on the table and pushed his chair back. If you're not tired, Mother, I am. I'm going to bed. Clara raised her chin. I'm not through, Philip. Later, Mother. He stretched and bent towards her, but she pulled her head away. She wasn't going to let him end this with a swift kiss on her forehead. She was going to get some answers. If Philip thought that she's going to be pushed aside so easily, he was underestimating her. Not later, Philip. Tonight. I want to know what's going on. Who was that man with the fancy clothes? Are you thinking about changing churches? He patted the top of her head and laughed lightly. I think the kids have tired you out. Good night. Philip! She slapped the top of the table with her hand, but she continued to walk away. I said I wasn't true. Come back here. His only answer was a shake of his head and another laughing. Good night, mother. She watched the bedroom door close behind him, and a tear rolled down her cheek. He might be a minister, but it was a sin. God will punish him. It was the girl's fault. The girl had twisted his mind. Well, he would have his own daughter now. He would see how strange the colorless girl was. Clara rose to her feet and sagged with weariness. She hadn't talked to her son at all. This was more than fatigue. It was defeat. Philip had avoided answering her questions, laughed at her opinions. She turned out to be light and knelt. Drawing strength from the firmness of the bed, she prayed silently in the darkness. That is the end of chapter 3. And now, after a short break, I'm going to start chapter 4. My cat is on my lap. How you guys are doing? You guys get the story so far? Any question? For those who just joined and don't know where the story is going, you can ask me some questions right now while I'm taking a short break before we start chapter 4. Why break? Okay. No break. No break. I'll read, okay? I'll read. Thank you, Namafa, for being here. Is my cat vegan? He's not vegan, but he really likes certain greens. Also, Namafel, thank you for being here. It's crazy that you are here. Seriously. Thank you for listening to my reading. It's he's not vegan, but he's an old cat who has liver problems, and I don't know if he'll live any longer, but he seems alright today. Yeah, he's just a bit sticky. He's sitting on my lap right now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm pretty much started the process of grieving now. I should go to more of your events, Namafel. Oh. Okay. Alright, thank you so much for being here today, Whiskey. No, don't worry about it. Yeah. Feel free to ask me any questions about the story or anything that you guys didn't manage to catch before this. I'll see you again on next Monday, okay? I hope that I won't cancel Monday because I canceled the day before. Thank you so much. No, you don't have to give me anything. Seriously. Oh, thank you. I'll drink it and read better. I keep stuttering. It's terrible. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll see you soon, okay? I'll see you guys soon. Okay. Thank you to my mod for doing his job. Amazing. Thank you so much. Yes, we do have a Discord that is not at all active, but if you feel like you want more Discord channel to, okay, I drink my tea. Yeah, cats are so amazing, isn't it? Like I don't want to be like, oh, cats better than dogs. I mean, there's you can't compare these things because they are two different things or living things. But cats are like so tsundere that it just makes me happy that they are so tsundere. Yeah, okay, we have 8 viewers now. I gotta start reading. Okay, we're gonna start chapter 4. Okay, once again, anybody don't know what the story is, where the story is heading right now, or don't understand how what the story is about right now, give me a quick question if you want. Otherwise, I'll be starting chapter 4. Yes, they are very silly and moody. Like my cat right now is kind of pissed off that I won't let him eat my plant. Yeah, we're going to start chapter 4. We are, as the title is saying, we are currently reading Afternoon of the Gosling by Marlys Huffman. We are now at chapter 4. Uh, you, nice to meet you. 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 Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're starting chapter 4 of oh, thank you. Afternoon of the Gosling by Marlys Huffman. Chapter 4. The last note from a vibrating piano string hovered in the air when Cerise escaped. She turned her head, took one swift glance about the church, then inched towards the side door. No one noticed her slip through the opening and up the stairs to the tower room. They were all busy lining up, waiting to shake hands with Daddy Phil before they went out of the church. She tiptoed. She tiptoed across the tower room, trying not to look at the ugly peeling brown animal on the floor. Daddy Phil always stood in the hallway, and the people in the hallway below could hear footsteps in the tower room. She could hear Mr. Wilkins when he cleaned up here. Not only she could hear him walk, but she could hear the swish of his broom on the uneven floor. The skinny door made to look like a wall panel creaked when she opened it. She swung it outward, just wide enough to slip through, and then climbed the narrow rough boards onto the bell tower. She had learned the only way to escape the flower-smelling ladies with their head pattings was to keep out of sight until everyone left the church. The head patting was bad enough. Now they asked her if she wasn't proud of her little sister, especially Miss Wilford with her stinky breath and the dead animal skins around her neck. Miss Wilford kept pinching Kathleen's cheeks, and Mommy never said a word. It wasn't fair. She pinched Kathleen and had been spanked. Why didn't everyone think she was supposed to like Kathleen's curly hair and her big dark eyes? It was bad enough when Kathleen was a little baby. Now that she was walking, everyone expected her to hold on to her little baby sister, to watch her and listen to them making a fuss over Kathleen. Who cared if Kathleen looked like Daddy Phil? She didn't want to watch Kathleen. Watching Kathleen was worse than being patted on the head. Kathleen wasn't like Matt. Kathleen pulled and tugged to get away, and worst of all, she screamed and bit. Cerise knelt on the floor of the bell tower and looked out through the louvered opening. From this position, she could watch the people standing around the lawn and getting into their cars. Some cars jiggled when the fat ladies got into them. Some cars belched out funny blue smoke when the motor started. Mr. Wilkins had to slam his car door 3 times before it stayed shut. Mummy stood at the bottom of the steps, smiling and holding Kathleen. Today, she was standing beside Mummy and holding Matt's hand. But Matt never really cared who held onto him. She was worse than ever, bringing Kathleen new toys and even some Kathleen couldn't play with yet, like the dishes, not plastic ones, real china dishes with blue flowers. Mommy had put them in the closet until Kathleen got older. She kept calling Kathleen a real Thayer and bragging about how pretty Kathleen was. Cerise glared at Clara Thayer through the louvers. She stuck her thumb in her ears and wagged her fingers, first at Clara and then at Miss Wilford. Miss Wilford pinched Kathleen, and even though Mommy took a step back, Kathleen opened her mouth and screamed. When Clara Thayer whirled and shook her finger up and down under the tip of Miss Wilford's nose, Cerise giggled. She leaned closer to the opening. She was too far to hear whatever Clara Thayer was saying. She looked mad. Cerise scrambled to her feet and bounced down the bell tower steps. She scurried across the tower room, not caring if anyone heard her. If Miss Milford and Clara Thayer were going to have a fight, she wanted to hear it. She thumped down the last flight of stairs, opened the door, and peeked around the church. The fat lady was putting her music away into a folder. Cerise tiptoed towards the vestibule doors before the lady could turn around and start fussing over her. She then slipped into the hall. Daddy Phil was busy talking to some strange man in funny baggy suit, and neither of them noticed her. She ducked around them and edged down the church steps, at this time to hear Clara Thayer's loud accusation. "Loretta Wilford!" Clara's face was as red as Matt's when he held his breath. "You don't have to be so rough. How could you like it if I pinched your cheek?" Clara Thayer's hand darted out. The scrawny fingers clamped down on the fleshy jowls of the woman in front of her. Cerise heard the long intake of breath. Miss Wilford jerked back. Her cheek puffed full of air and her nose twitched. But as Miss Wilford opened her mouth, Daddy Phil brushed past Cerise and hurried down the steps. He caught Miss Wilford's arm with one hand and leaned forward. Cerise saw a flash of smile before the other arm went around Miss Wilford's shoulder. She worked her way to the bottom of the steps, staying close to the railing. No one noticed her moving closer to Cerise's shoulders and pulled close. "Let's go home," Cerise said and tugged at Wilma's arm. She waited and looking from her mother to Daddy Phil. Neither of them asked Clara Thayer if she was coming to dinner. Cerise caught her breath and closed her eyes. Maybe Daddy Phil was right. Maybe she should pray more. Cerise tried saying over and over inside, "Please God, make her go home. Please God." Cerise take Matt and walk ahead of us. Okay, let me get my cat. Hey! No. Oh. Why do you want to eat my plant? How's it going? My cat is trying to eat my plant, so I'm like reading. My reading keeps getting interrupted because of that. Otherwise, it's going pretty good. If my cat stopped wanting to eat my plant, that would be nice. Sit down. Okay? Sit down here, okay? Okay. Okay. pee. Okay. Wait. Cerise, take Matt and walk ahead of us. She heard Daddy Phil's voice and opened her eyes. At his next words, she grabbed Matt's hand and clamped her mouth together with a triumphant look at Clara Thayers. She heard Daddy Phil's voice and closed her eyes. We'll see you at the picnic next Sunday, Mother. Matt hesitated. All cats have plans to kill us. That's my theory. Mine is staring at me right now because I don't let him eat the plant. We'll see you at the picnic next Sunday, Mother. Matt hesitated, pulled by Cerise and held by his grandmother. He shifted awkwardly to keep his balance. When Clara released his hand, he accepted the switch without expression. Cerise started down the sidewalk before Daddy Phil's could change his mind. Are we going to a picnic? Matt asked. Next Sunday, Cerise answered. She knew all about the church picnic. The Daddy Phil had been planning it for weeks. They were going to have the church services outdoor in the park, with the picnic afterward, and ice cream. Daddy Phil had promised that they would have ice cream, lots of ice creams and hot dogs, and Daddy Phil would be home all week. He wasn't going to have any revival meetings anywhere. Daddy Phil would be home all week and school was out. She skipped with excitement until Matt had to break into the trot to keep up with her. Daddy Phil said that the picnic was an appeasement to the church board, 'cause they were upset about his being gone so much. If she had time before dinner, Cerise decided to look up the word appeasement in the dictionary. If Mommy hadn't taken it again, Mommy used the dictionary a lot lately, but Mommy hadn't known what appeasement meant either. When they reached the house, she let go of Matt's hand and let him run ahead of her. An angleworm had crawled out on the concrete walk and was wriggling desperately, trying to find its way back into the grass. Her foot went out. She pressed down hard. The ends of the worms twitched and wiggled on both sides on her shoe. She ground her foot around and around until the worm ends collapsed into limp, contracting bits of pink skin. A kick sent the remaining off the lawn. She scraped her foot against the concrete and ran to the steps. At least she wasn't going to be there for dinner. If she prayed really, really hard, maybe Clara wouldn't come to the church picnic either. She sat down on the steps, brushed the dirt off her skirt, and squinted her eyes shut. The world was shut out. Cerise, stop it! Wilma heard the scratchy tone in her voice and tried to get her temper back under control. Don't put your hand over Kathleen's nose and mouth that way. You'll smother her. But she keeps screaming. I know, Wilma sighed. But she'll get over it. She's only trying to get her own way. It hurts my ears. It hurts everyone's ears. But you are a lot bigger than she is. If you don't watch it, you could make her stop breathing. Then make her quit screaming. Make her quit screaming. Cerise stared back at her with a determined tilt of her chin. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Cerise stared back at her with a determined tilt of her chin. Wilma inhaled a deep breath. Cerie's eyes were like cold hunks of jade, as if she was defying her, daring Wilma to do better, challenging Wilma to punish Kathleen. Wilma let her breath ease out and groped in the cookie jar for the guaranteed distraction. Thank you so much, Yuisa, the bun bun. Thank you so much. Yes, grab lunch, eat. The rest of you too, grab lunch and eat while listening. Thank you. Oh, I wouldn't say it's an amazing story reading, it's just a simple story reading. Thank you so much. I'm humbled. Okay. Wilma let her breath ease out and groped in the cookie jar for the guaranteed distraction. She handed the cookie to Kathleen and swung the toddler up in the high chair before she turned to Cerise. Go play outside, she said, then you won't have to listen to her. I'm waiting for Daddy Phil. Cerise walked to the cookie jar and fished out 3 cookies for herself. Wilma avoided the girl's accusing glance. She had slighted Cerise. For once, she didn't feel guilty. She was tired of being fair. Cerise couldn't expect her to measure out every mouthful of food, and Cerise was old enough to help herself, and Kathleen could not. Phil's having a meeting in his office with the church board, Cerise. He might be a long time. Okay. Yeah, it's today, right? I'll try to make it, okay? Thank you so much for dropping by, Namafel. Seriously, really appreciate it. It always humbled me when like bigger streamers are like watching my stupid dumb content. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Yeah, love to you too. Wilma stared out at the window at the driveway. It was crowded with cars, as crowded as Phil's office. Would the sober-faced man and woman force Phil to choose between the evangelist meetings and the local church? Aww. I mean, a story that's not so fucked up, I hope. This book is kind of fucked up. As crowded as Phil's office, would the sober man and woman force Phil to choose between the evangelist meetings and the local church? She knew Phil's absence had made some of the members unhappy, but not all of them. Phil could smile his way out of almost anything. Would he be able to do it this time? She didn't want to move. Her fingertips stroked the softness of her new velour shirt. She didn't want to give up all the new clothes. For the first time in her life, she was buying with nothing but desire. You want it, you buy it, was what Phil told her. If he had to give up the gospel meetings, there wouldn't be enough money. Worse, she would have to give up the books. Phil objected to the books. He hadn't said that she couldn't buy them, but he scoffed at the waste. The kids could get library books, and she didn't need them, he said. But she did. She needed them worse than the kids. Heidi, Black Beauty, and the fairy tales. She had to catch up. If there wasn't any money, Phil would say no to books. The lid of the cookie jar rattled, and Wilma turned her head to see Cerise reaching into its depth once more. No more cookies. You had enough. The girl's hand hovered and withdrew with 2 more cookies. I'm getting these for Matt. There was no expression in Cerise's face, only a bland innocence. The pale lashes were veiling her eyes. She stood motionless, her body tense and alert, waiting for Wilma to relent. Okay, take them outside to Matt and play with him for a while. She watched Cerise amble towards the front door. What a strange walk for a 9-year-old. Not the quick awkwardness nor the frantic hurry of the other girls in Cerise's grade school. Cerise appeared to have tucked her backside in. She flowed from step to step like a cat, Wilma thought. She walks like a woman, not like a little girl. Her hips were almost swaying. Almost, but not quite like a woman's. Would she be able to keep Cerise from making her mistakes? So far, Cerise had not asked any questions about sex. Wilma slipped into a chair and chewed at her thumbnail. Perhaps Cerise didn't think she knew enough to answer. She always went to Phil with her queries. Had she asked Phil about sex? Cerise hesitated at the door. The eyelashes lifted, and her eyes sparkled. The ice cream at the picnic, she asked. Will there be strawberry? Wilma's breath almost whistled with relief. It was a kid's question. She worried too much about Cerise sometimes. I don't know, Wilma answered. I think Miss Wilford is in charge of getting the ice cream. Ugh. Should pick vanilla. Cerise wrinkled her nose and flipped her braids over her shoulder before she stepped out onto the porch. Wilma listened to Cerise calling for Matt and then turned to her youngest daughter. Kathleen's eyes were alert and appealed to her from above an angelic smile. Wilma bent toward Kathleen, and tiny hand patted her face. Wilma reached and scooped Kathleen into her lap. She hugged the girl against her and caressed the silken curls. It was so hard to keep her hands off this one. She wanted to hug Kathleen each time the child's smile appeared, and there were always Cerie's accusing eyes. Only when Cerise was out of sight, only when she was alone with Kathleen, could she give in and hug the miniature version of Phil. "But you have my curls," she murmured into Kathleen's hair. "Why couldn't Cerise have had your hair?" Her thought made her glance guiltily towards the window, but Cerise was teaching Matt to turn cartwheels. Cerise couldn't see her holding Kathleen and rubbing her cheeks against Kathleen's clean-scented hair. She didn't want to worry about making Cerise's mouth pucker up and turn into an angry line. Wilma's arm tightened around the little girl. She whispered into the wisp of Kathleen's curls, "When you are old enough, I'll be able to answer your questions. I'm learning, Kathleen, I'm learning." Kathleen's form became heavy. The delicate head drooped lower and lower on Wilma's breast. One chubby hand fell with the limpness of sleep into the girl's lap. A chunk of soggy cookies rolled on the floor. She carried Kathleen into her crib and tucked the pink teddy bear blanket under the dimpled chin. As she started out of the room, she paused and picked up a library book Cerise had dropped beside the bed, The Polka Dot Dragon. Wilma had not read this one. She flopped down on Cerise's bed and opened the book. There was so much to learn. At least the book Cerise was reading were easy, but they got harder all the time. Already she had found words in Cerise's school books that she had not understood, and she had learned to look them up in dictionary. She leaned back against the pillows on Cerise's bed, propped the book against the floppy-eared stuffed rabbit, and began reading. When Kathleen was as old as Cerise, she wouldn't be giving her mother rolling-eyed looks of disgust. Kathleen wouldn't hear her make mistakes like "I seen" for "I saw." She had learned to correct that mistake already, and she was going to learn more. Even Clara Thayer would quit lifting her eyebrows and giving out those disgusted sighs. Phil's eyed the faces of the church board members while they filed out of the office. At least smiles outnumbered the frowns. Each of them shook his hand, Phil noted with relief. Most were firm handshakes and assurance, grips of affirmation. Only ancient Mr. Becker and Mrs. Foley gave him the dish-rag fingers. Mr. Becker was so infirm he had difficulty holding his cane, and Mrs. Foley shuddered away from everyone's touch. Perhaps they weren't important, since the board hadn't presented him with an ultimatum. The crisis was temporarily averted. They had only expressed concern. As long as the church attendance remained high, the church board would be satisfied. Only Loretta Wilford hung back. She stepped away from the door, letting others pass, and kneaded her fingers together. She hung her head instead of meeting Phil's eyes. "Okay, I'll see you next time. Thank you so much." You can always catch back the VODs to finish up the chapter. Thank you so much. Hi, and you're still here. Thank you so much for being here. Don't worry, you can always watch the VODs to catch up on the story. After the last of the board members left, Loretta remained with her chin sagging against her chest. One hand gripped the back of the chair for support. When she lifted her head, her chin quivered. Her nose had acquired a raspberry tinge. "Reverend Thayer, I want you to know that I think you should be here, in the parish, full time. I'm not happy at all with having a part-time minister. Not happy at all. Phil bit his tongue between his teeth as he flexed his shoulders and thought, so this was the agitator, huh? Was it his evangelism that upset Loretta Wilford, or was it antagonism towards his mother? He eased himself. Hey, I am streaming, Studi. I am. I know, rare, but I'm reading a book. So, all good, all good. I woke up late, which wasn't good. I was supposed to start streaming at 11. I started streaming at 11:30 because I fucking... No, actually I streamed at 11 plus, but I made, like, I had to eat breakfast and have coffee first. I woke up late. Then I was late for streaming. Now I'm like trying to finish up a chapter before we finish up the stream. I'm reading a book that made me started 14 hours? Are you crazy? I didn't see that. I was busy yesterday. It's 14 hours? Are you crazy? You stay up late or what? Or you just stream early? How do you stream? I think I stream something like that. Like that long. Early. This is Noodable. Yes, I'm reading a book. Yes. Oh my god. That's crazy. Go back to sleep, you crazy person. Sorry, can you hear my cat? He's not very happy. Go back to No? You're gonna continue? Are you gonna stream your Pokemon soon? Kitty kitty. Okay, I'll drop by when I have time later. Maybe when I'm eating my dinner or something. Yeah, thank you for dropping by. I'm just reading a book. A very weird book. Yes! Yes, I'll talk to you. Let me know on Discord. Maybe I'll join you on Discord later when you're streaming. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I like it. Like last time when you are streaming and I'm just like in the Discord voice channel disturbing you. That's always nice. I'll talk to you later, okay, Studi? Thank you for dropping by. I know this is not your kind of content. Oh, really? They do? I see. Okay. See ya! I'll talk to you later. Okay, where did I stop? Ah, Loretta Wilford. I see. Okay. Bye. Was it his evangelism that upset Loretta Wilford, or was it the antagonism towards his mother? He eased himself back into his chair and nodded his head before he spoke. Better choose the words carefully this time. Loretta, you flatter me. I didn't think I was so important. The woman's chin came up. She pushed the chair aside and straightened her shoulders as if called to attention. Important? Of course you are. She took a deep breath before plunged into her speech. You have made some of us a part of the church. This, well, you have to admit, it's not a sophisticated crowd. All farmers. She leaned forward with her hands spread out on the desk. Her eyes gleamed with a feverish zeal. Until you came, Reverend Thayer. We never really had a real choir. We never came. We ne- we never had flowers at the altar. Why, we never had a decent hymnals. She leaned farther across the desk and peered into Phil's face. He held his breath at the blast of air. Cerise was right. The woman had the breath of a scavenging dog. She tried not to inhale while her words continued to belch out. The church needs you. Without you, we'll have nothing but a backwoods congregation. Phil forced his swivel chair to tilt back as far as it would go, but held her gaze with his eyes. The niceties of life meant a lot to Loretta. She flaunted the outdated fur and the diamond ring on her right hand, the pearl-framed cameo, all remnants of a mother buried years before. Loretta, you restore Loretta, you restore my faith in my work, he said, and leaned forward to cup his hand over one of hers. The warm softness of her flesh didn't hide the slight tremor of the woman's emotion. If it weren't for people like you, Loretta, good-hearted folks keeping the desire for an active church alive, I wouldn't be able to continue my work. He saw a faint rose tinge returning to her cheeks and continued to hold his hand over hers. She was no longer trembling. There are so many non-believers out there, Loretta. So many who will never hear the word of God and never be brought into the fold. I feel the whole world can be my parish as long as there are people like you to keep these ones alive. The color of her cheeks darkened to a deeper pink. The eyes lost their fire and softened. The corners of her mouth crept upward. But, Reverend Thayer, she swallowed hard, we need you here. I am here. I'm only trying to expand our circle of God's love. He gave her hand a gentle pat. If it weren't for you taking charge of things like this, like a picnic, I couldn't do my work nearly so well. You are like the one of my mainstays in the church, Loretta. I hope that I can count on you to continue helping me get on with my work. She placed her free hand over his. Her eyes glistened. A proud smile lit up on her face as she clung to him. Oh, I will, Reverend Thayer, I will. You wait. Everyone's going to enjoy next Sunday. Why, I haven't been on a real old-fashioned picnic since I was a young girl. That's not so long ago. Phil grinned and was amused to see Loretta wiggle and preen like one of his mother's hands adjusting her feathers. She released his hand and put one plump index finger onto her lip as if attempting to hush the slight giggle. A gushing, "Oh, Reverend Thayer," was accompanied with a rolling of her eyes, which Phil supposed was her generation's equivalent of flirting. She put his hand back, holding his amusement in check, and stood up. There was only one way to bring Loretta's visit to an end. Shall we have a word of prayer before you go, Loretta? Her head bent eagerly. Phil closed his eyes and prayed aloud for Loretta, the cultured mainstay of the church, the dedicated loyal servant of God. Thank you for the follow! Now you are a part of the seed member of Final Fantasy VIII. Just kidding. Speaking of that, also thank you for the beat cheer. Thank you so much. And also, speaking of Final Fantasy VIII, I might be playing Final Fantasy VIII one of these days. We'll see. I'm not gonna promise anything anyone. The patient, understanding woman, the Martha amongst many Marys, as he finished his amen, he lifted his hand and placed it on her head and urged the Lord's blessing on this special woman. He felt confident. Loretta's eyes had the glazed and dazzled expression of a totally captivated woman. She would cooperate, at least for a while. Go in peace, Loretta. We'll see you on Sunday. He smiled very gently and moved to open the door before she could gather any more words together. He, her fingers flutter a coy goodbye, and her eyes roll up at him with adoration. She minced out of the door, the sound of a delicate giggle trailing up after her. He leaned against the door frame. The church would let him stay for a while. Loretta was placated for a while. Be sure his mother didn't get into any more disagreements with Loretta. Give Ted Gower the go-ahead. Line up as many places as possible. 6 months, maybe. By then, they could afford a house of their own. They wouldn't be caught without a roof over their heads if the church board demanded his resignation. He moved to the phone and dialed. Ted? Phil Thayer. Rev! I've been waiting for your call. Ted's voice boomed in Phil's ear. How did it go? I mean, did they say quit the meetings or get out? What happened? Not much, really, Phil answered. A few expressed concern about my not being available for the visiting of the sick. A couple worried about attendance going down, but they decided to leave me alone. As long as the Sunday attendance stays high, I'm free to go on with the gospel meetings. So, I go ahead and keep scheduling? Yes, of course. Phil twisted a pencil between his fingers and flipped the pages of his calendar. About this fall, I think we should step up the number of meetings. The coast circuit we talked about. Maybe by then I can manage to find a replacement and go to full-time evangelism. Well, now you're talking. Ted's voice took on a surge of enthusiasm. I've lined up some possibilities for November and December. Astoria, Newport. Been waiting for your situation before I tied the ends together. What about September? Nah, Ted said. Tourist season not over. Local people are all too busy. We hit them after the tourists go. Nothing doing in the towns. People still have money. Oh my god! You're here! Adam! Welcome! Adam, you're late! We are on chapter 4 of the book. And I think we have about 20 pages to go. Yes. Have a seat. Don't be. It's okay. You can always watch the VODs back, as I tell people. Watch the VODs to find out the story. But you are here. I'll say you are here for a great chapter 4. Chapter 4 is one of the most important chapter in this book, I would say. So you are here on the right time, to be honest. Better hear the end than to miss the end. But people can still watch the VODs, as I always say. Okay. Okay, let's continue. People still have money. We wait too long, like January or February, and they are broke again. Phil tapped into the paper with the end of his pencil. You're making it sound mercenary, Ted. The idea is to spread the word of God. Yeah, no, Rev, was the reply. But the local churches need a decent return for their name, for their time and space. If we don't make good collections, they get discouraged. We have to work this into your being asked back. A well-filled collection plate will get us a return invitation. I know, crass but realistic, Phil sighed. That's why I am important to you, Rev. Ted laughed. You keep your ideas, I'll make the deals. The nuts and bolts are all put together. We are getting lots of inquiries from all over. Whenever you decide to go full-time, there'll be enough places eager to get you. Phil settled back onto his chair and began making notes. He listened to Ted's voice rumbling on the dates and figures. Ted Gowers was busy. Roseburg? Phil interrupted. That's new. Yeah, a Reverend Thatcher contacted me. Remember him? Says that he talked to you at Scapos. Phil nodded to himself. Thatcher, with the buck teeth and one missing earlobe, an odd man but sincere. Thatcher bought up an old church, Ted continued. Wants to get gospel meetings every night, but thinks he needs a visiting preacher. Change of pace. My cat wants to eat my plant. Hang on. We are having a stare off right now. I'm staring at him and he's staring at me and he's looking at my plant. No. 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 Oh my god. Huh? Ah. Don't eat my plant, please. Change of pace, you know. He thinks you'll attract a different crowd, get new faces into the meetings. Ah, I do hope so. Phil laughed. He saw Cerise and Matt dart across the backyard and disappear behind the garage. His family was complete. Time to concentrate on his own life. Thatcher's dream was a small scale of his own. He opened the bottom drawer of his desk and pulled out the sketches. His dream. An interdenominational national. Thank you so much. I'll drink my tea. Thank you. An interdenominational retreat. A chapel? Guest houses? The drawings were beginning to curl at the edge from his constant handling. First, they'll have to have a home, their own house, not be at the mercy of a church board. The family needed a solid, comfortable base. He started figuring the average collection. He ought to be able to save enough by October. Sooner, if they went into a few of the larger towns. Roseburg was bigger than any place that they had held meetings so far. Work on the Roseburg angle, Ted. I was hoping you'd be okay with it. There's money in Roseburg, lots of timber money. Phil smiled to himself. Good and practical, that Ted. We'll have to see what happens. Go ahead and step up the scheduling. I think you're right. Full time is the way to go. Now you're talking. When? By the first of the year. I'm afraid I wasn't cut out to be a country church pastor. Not with your talent. You can really work up a crowd. It's hard to feel talented when you have to spend your time appeasing contributors and soothing the ruffled feathers of the little old ladies. Had a bad morning? Oh, it turned out alright, but I have been doing so much more. I could have been doing so much more. We will be doing more, Reverend. I'll get a hold of Thatcher. Great. You come out to your picnic? You coming to our picnic this Sunday? The groan vibrated in the earpiece and Phil winced at the phone. Reverend, I'll do anything but not the outdoor life. My idea of roughing it is a Big Mac. You won't settle for a hot dog? He hung up the phone and chuckled to himself. Ted Gower had a knack of handling his own affairs. No placating the attention-starved old ladies for Ted. He avoided all contact with the congregations with the agility of a ballet dancer. In and make the deal and out and on to the next movement. The drawings went back into the bottom drawer, hidden away. Even Wilma had never seen them, didn't know they existed. No use starting a lot of speculation. The drawings were his secret until the right time, the right place, and the right money. It would take a lot of money, a lot of collections, or at least one big donation. One person would be the financial backer of his dream. Somewhere on one of his crusades, he would find a potential backer. Then he would dig out the plans. Then he would tell Wilma. But not his mother. She would never understand why she wasn't content at this church. He smiled to himself over the difference between the two women. Neither one would understand his visions, but Wilma wouldn't argue about it. He gazed out the window and saw Cerise turn a cartwheel with her pigtails flying. Cerise would probably understand his dreams better than his mother or Wilma. Sometimes Cerise looked at him with those calculating green eyes and a shiver would run down his spine. It felt as if she was seeing into his mind. Matt sauntered around the corner of the garage and grinned up at the window. Phil waved and turned the key in the desk drawer. He should take time to spend a few minutes with his children. The phone rang before he reached the door, and he paused. No, he could wait. Whoever was calling would go on for hours over something as petty as a drinking neighbor or a husband who wouldn't attend church. Some women seemed to expect him to bodily carry the man to the services. He stepped out into the lawn and swung Matt up into the air, letting the phone continue to screech for attention. Clara Thayer pursed his lips together and picked up her purse. She would go to the services in her old church this morning. If Philip thought that she was going to attend any picnic where Loretta Wilford was on the food committee, she was in for a shock. The nerve of that woman, saying that she didn't understand children. It was her grandchildren Loretta had pinched, and Philip had put out his arm around Loretta and buttered up the old maid. What did an old maid know about children? Well, let Philip have his picnic without her. Let Wilma keep track of those two little ones by herself. Philip will be too busy to help watch the children. Wilma had the girl to help her. Do the girl good work to work once in a while. Never saw the girl around when she could be useful. Philip knew that she detested picnics. Awful paper plates and paper cups. No way a civilized person could eat properly on those flimsy things. Bugs getting into your food. Dust on everything. My cat on my plant. There, Ben. Yes. Yeah. Bugs getting into your food. Dust on everything. But what did Philip care? He hadn't even asked her to come for dinner Sunday, as he usually did. Patting the old biddy's shoulder. Well, it must have felt like patting one of her laying hens. That's the way Loretta cheeks had felt. Exactly like squeezing one of the old hens, one that had gone too fat for laying and was ready for the stew pot. She opened her purse and checked the contents of her billfold. No, she had given the church a check. Make sure that she knew that she hasn't deserted them. Maybe she might even come back here attending the church if Philip had to leave the Pleasant Home Church. She heard some of the women whispering about him being away so much. For a second, she hesitated. Should she apologize to Loretta? Loretta Wilford was on the board of Philip's church. If Philip left Pleasant Home, he might leave the state. The man, the one with the gold cufflinks, he looked like a city man. She reached for the pen and wrote out the check in a firm hand. No apologizing. It was Loretta who was wrong. Philip would sweet talk Loretta. He always could charm his way around any sort of trouble. She had done nothing to apologize for, and the Lord knew it. The Lord would keep Philip in the Pleasant Home. She clawed her keys out of the bottom of her purse and checked her hair in the mirror. She'd go back to Philip's church next Sunday, when they had real services in the church. But she was never going to apologize to Loretta Wilford. Not to Philip or anyone. Not ever. Cerise crossed her legs and bowed her head when Daddy Phil started his closing prayer. Church outside was different. Only the old people sat on the benches. Even Mummy was sitting on the grass, sitting and holding Kathleen. The smell of hot dogs made Cerise so hungry. She quit listening to Daddy Phil and squinted at the ant crawling up a blade of grass in front of her. The green leaves swayed and dropped until the ant toppled onto her lap. She pinched the insect between her fingers and wiped her hand across the back of Matt's shirt. And while we were absent from one from the other, Cerise lifted her head before Daddy Phil reached the amen. Sunlight gleamed through the trees and surrounded his head. When he raised his arm at the word amen, he looked as if one of those pictures in the Sunday school paper. He wasn't Daddy Phil. He was an angel. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for Hanantai Mayari. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. She caught her breath and held it until he smiled. He was Daddy Phil again. Angel pictures never had smiles. Kathleen emitted an excited squeal. In the act of getting to her feet, Wilma had released her grip. The small girl tottered across the grass and grabbed Phil's leg with a jabbering stream of nonsense syllable. Cerise, go get your sister. Cerise frowned at her mother. The picnic wouldn't be any fun if she had to watch Kathleen. Daddy Phil has her, Cerise answered. She grabbed Matt's hand and scrambled to her feet. I'll watch Matt. She heard her mother disgusted groan before she headed for Kathleen, but Cerise didn't care. Mommy knew how hard it was to keep a hold of Kathleen. She wiggled all the time and she ran away the minute you let go of her. Matt was easy to watch. Come on, Matt, she tugged at his hand. Let's get in line for the hot dog. The line was already jammed with pushing and jostling kids. Cerise held Matt back and waited. They had to go last. Daddy Phil said that it was polite, but it didn't matter. The church ladies always put extra food on her plate at the potluck dinners. They treated her nice because they hoped they would tell Daddy Phil. Be sure and tell your dad that we fed you plenty, the lady said. She put extra pickle on Cerise's plate and tucked another olive on the edge of the potato salad. Come back for seconds now, the piano playing lady urged. Cerise moved her head enough to make the patting hand miss the target. It wavered in the air and brushed again slightly on her shoulder. She shoved Matt ahead of her and started towards an empty table. Where's Mommy? Matt asked. He crawled up on the bench across from her and picked a stalk of celery out of his baked beans. She's coming, Cerise muttered. Look, Kathleen sees us. Cerise bit her lip and held her hand up to her mouth. Kathleen was running across the grass a few steps ahead of Wilma. Sissy! She shrieked. Her foot caught on a clump of grass and tumbled forward. A scream of rage erupted when Wilma caught the back of her dress and swung her up in the air. Cerise turned her head away. If she pretended not to see Kathleen, maybe Mommy wouldn't notice them at the table. It didn't work. Mommy put Kathleen on the bench beside Cerise. A hand yanked on one of Cerise's braids. Watch her while I get some food, Wilma ordered. Do I have to? She tugged her pigtail out of her sister's hand and pushed the hair back on her shoulder out of Kathleen's reach. Yes, you have to, Wilma snapped. Give her something to chew on until I get back. Cerise picked on a devil's egg out of her plate and handed it to Kathleen. It wasn't a good one anyway. Mommy put red stuff on top of hers. Well, Cerise, you do have your hands full, don't you? She stared up at the woman and wrinkled her nose. Miss Wilford looked different without her animal skin. She smiled down at Cerise and leaned over Kathleen. Your poor mother. Trying to keep track of both these little ones by herself. The one when she could use Clara's help and Clara doesn't even show up. Cerise nodded and took a big bite from her hot dog. Miss Wilford had plunked down on the bench beside Kathleen. If she was going to sit here, Kathleen could be Miss Wilford's problem. She peered from under her eyelashes at Miss Wilford's face. Her voice sounded almost happy at Clara Thayer's absence. Maybe Miss Wilford had prayed that she wouldn't be there too. Why did Miss Wilford think Mommy needed any help? Mommy didn't need any help. Mommy only had to watch Kathleen. Anyone could watch Matt. All they had to do was pick up his bread crust. Cerise reached across the table and took his discarded hot dog bun. Oh my, such a waste! Miss Wilford clucked her tongue against her teeth at the sight of Matt's rejected food. Cerise shrugged. I'll feed it to the ducks. How sweet! Miss Wilford's voice sounded like a cat purring. Cerise lowered her eyelashes again and peeked at the woman from the side of her eyes. Kathleen grabbed for a pickle and held it towards Miss Wilford for a giggle. "She's certainly a cutie." The voices resounded from behind Cerise, but she kept her attention on the plate in front of her. No reason to turn around. It was only a bunch of the church ladies. They could fuss over Kathleen if they wanted to, as long as they didn't start the head-patting stuff. "Doesn't she look like a perfect little doll?" Another voice babbled from somewhere over her left shoulder. "How does Mrs. Thayer keep her so clean?" Thank you. I'll see you next time. All in white too, like a little angel. Isn't it nice? She's so dark. Blondes look so washed out in white. Look at those big brown eyes. Cerise scraped at the last of the baked beans and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Wilma had reached the table with 2 plates heaped into food mountains. "Can I go feed the ducks?" Cerise gathered up the remnants of the hot dog buns and waved them at her mother. "Can't you wait? I need you to watch Kathleen." Cerie's groan was lost in the clamor of women's voices behind her. "Oh, let her go, Wilma. We'll help with the little one." "Of course we will." "Be sure you stay near the swimming area." Thank you. Oh, have a good rest. Yes, and my cat really wants to be a vegan, I guess. You want to be a vegan? "Be sure you stay near the swimming area. Don't go wandering up the lake. If you get away from the beach area, it's awfully muddy." Cerise kept her eyes on her mother and tried not to listen to all the different voices. At last, Wilma nodded to her head in agreement. "Yes, go feed the ducks, but follow the walkway and don't go off any of the trails." Cerise bobbed her head up and down while she crumbled the bread into a paper napkin. "Be sure you get back for the races." "Oh, yes, the races. We're going to have ice cream after the races." Miss Wilford's voice cut through the babbling. "The winners will get an extra ice cream bar." "Ice cream bars?" Cerise's eyes flew open. "With chocolate on them?" "With chocolate," were Miss Wilford's reassuring words. She stopped and removed Kathleen's hand from her arm, wiping at a spot of mayonnaise and trying to get a napkin across the tiny hand. "Thank you for being here. Thank you." Cerise gulped the last bite of dill pickle and hurried up the walkway. She stopped and retrieved a half slice of bread from beside the walk and added it into the napkin wrap bundle. A paved walk led up the hill and down towards the swimming beach. Beside her, a dirt path beckoned. It curved around the edge of the trees and past clumps of sword ferns. She stood still and looked back at the table. No one was watching. They were all talking at once. She narrowed her eyes into slits and thought if she was careful she would stay on the path. It was shady and secret, and the trees made creaking noises above her head, and the bushes whispered to her. With one last glance at the cluster of women, Cerise darted around the tree and down the packed dirt trail. The trail branched, one side going towards the swimming area, and the other side and the other one down to the left. The sword ferns towered as high as her shoulders. The firs shut out most of the sunlight, and the picnic sounds faded away. She turned down the hill. Dried needles ground into the dirt made the going silent as she moved. The path arced around the tree trunks and beside rotting logs and stopped at the lake's edge. Beside a forest of cattails and cove, the cove was all hers. Her green eyes scanned the rippling surface and spotted the 6 ducks. The white feathered birds bobbed up and down the water. A yellow bill dipped. All the twitching tail of the bird vanished below the water. The head resurfaced, shaking a bunch of twisted greenery that dangled from its mouth. Cerise looked down at her feet. The water came right up and lapped at the edge of the path, and but the ground was solid. Below the surface of the lake, she could see the thick, sticky-looking mud. As long as she stayed on the path, she wouldn't get her shoes dirty. She began tossing bread out across the water until the ducks started paddling towards her. They started squawking as they neared the cattails, and she stepped back, throwing the bread out as far as she could. "Sissy!" Cerise whirled around the sound. Kathleen had followed her. She would scare the ducks away, and even worse, Cerise knew that she would have to take Kathleen back to the picnic grounds. She hurled the last crumb of bread into the water and scurried off the last path, crouching behind a huge grove of fern. "Please, God, make Kathleen go away. Please make her go away." She squenched her eyes shut and said the words over and over to herself. It had worked with Clara Thayer. She had prayed that she wouldn't be at the picnic, and it worked. Maybe God would find a way to make Kathleen disappear. "Sissy!" Kathleen was beginning to whine. Cerise peeked through the ferns and watched Kathleen toddle up to the edge of the water and look out towards the ducks. "Birdie!" She could see Kathleen's back. The little girl stood at the rim of the path. She was clapping her hands towards and jabbering at the ducks. "Time for the races." The faraway call echoed through the rustling sounds of the trees. Cerise squinched her eyes together again. If Kathleen didn't go away, she would be late for the races. She might not be able to get any ice cream. "Please, God, please make Kathleen go away," she repeated silently. "Birdie!" Kathleen says. Cerise rose up and saw Kathleen step off the path into the water. Mud bubbled up around the top of Kathleen's shoes. She darted forward. It took only one movement, one good shove with her hand, and Cerise was racing up the trail towards the swimming area. Get away! Before Kathleen started to scream. Boy, would she scream. Cerise ran out onto the walkway and across the picnic grounds and to the game area. She knew that she could win the race. She could run faster than any other kids, and that means 2 bars of ice cream with chocolate on them. She tucked her braids behind her head and got into the line where Daddy Phil was busy handing out the ice cream. The ice cream bar she won tasted even better than the first one. She bit through the chocolate and into the vanilla inside. Mommy had not been there to see her win the race, but Daddy Phil had given her an extra big hug. She moved the ice cream around in her mouth. Mommy was running towards the game area. She was running to Daddy Phil and her nose was all red. Mommy's face was streaked with black around her eyes, and she was shaking Daddy Phil's arm, pulling him and yanking his shirt. "We can't find her, Phil. We can't find her anywhere." The chocolate melted across Cerise's tongue. She listened to the shrill squeak in her mother's voice. Mommy wouldn't be so glad to find Kathleen when she found out how muddy she was. "All those women!" Mommy's voice was high and squeaky. "I only went for a cup of coffee, Phil. No one even knows which way she went." Daddy Phil was holding Mommy, but his eyes were searching the picnic grounds. "Cerise, stay with your mother." She swallowed the last of the ice cream and licked the stick. "Phil? We'll find her, Wilma." He pushed Wilma's hand into Cerise and bent to look right into her eyes. "Your sister Kathleen is lost, Cerise. Now you stay close to your mother. Don't leave her." Wait. "Your sister Kathleen is lost, Cerise. Now you stay close to your mother. Don't leave her, even for a minute. Understand?" He had the serious look in his eyes. It meant he wanted a promise. Cerise nodded. "Take your mother back to the picnic table, Cerise. We're going to spread out and hunt." Other men moved behind Phil. A long line began to fan out, stretching out the beach and pushing bushes aside. Cerise chewed on the end of one braid. Daddy Phil said that she was to stay with Mommy. She couldn't go back down the trail. Why hadn't Kathleen come back? She was too little to get spanked for being in the mud. She couldn't talk enough to tell. Anyhow, her back was turned. She hadn't seen anyone who pushed her in the mud. Better stay with Mummy, the man would find Kathleen. Nobody would think Kathleen was pretty with all that mud on her. She was probably sitting in the mud and playing. She wouldn't be all white and looking like an angel. The strength in her mother's hand made her wince. Mummy was clinging so hard it hurts her fingers. She was there when you left, wasn't she, Cerise? Mummy's voice sounded funny. Wasn't she? Mm-hmm. Cerise started to walk, tugging at her mother to make her move. Mummy didn't even notice the shrubbery and walked into a tree before Cerise could pull her back to the center of the path. She was there! All those women, they were supposed to watch her! Wilma huddled on the bench, holding her arms around her chest and shivering. Cerise listened to the sniffing sound and felt her mother's arm shaking. Suddenly, Wilma's fingers dug onto her shoulder. Cerise, do you have any idea where she went? Cerise only turned her head and looked into Wilma's eyes. Mummy didn't really think she was going to answer the question, did she? She stared up at Wilma. The fingers dug harder. It felt as if the fingernails was reaching through her skin, poking into her bones. Answer me! The swiftness of Wilma's open hand caught Cerise by surprise. She jerked backward, and the force of Wilma's slap, combined with her own movement, sent her hurtling off the bench onto the grass. One hip stung the needles of pain from the hardness of the ground. She rolled up and squinted at Wilma. Her mother began crying. Cerise has never seen anyone cry so hard. Mummy's shoulders shook. The air whistled when she gulped in big breaths. Her mother's eyes started to swell until Cerise could hardly tell if Wilma was looking at her or not. She picked herself up off the ground and stood twisting a braid in her hand. Should she leave Mummy and go get Kathleen? Daddy Phil's hand caught her shoulder before she could make up her mind. Help me get your mother to the car, Cerise. Kathleen? You found? Wilma's voice stopped and a low moan came out of the back of her throat. Daddy Phil shook his head and he only said one word. Wilma. Cerise looked up and tugged even harder at her braid. Daddy Phil's face was pale. Why was she so upset because Kathleen got all muddy? He held Wilma against his chest, leaning forward until his chin was in the curls of her mother's head. Tears ran down his cheek. Daddy Phil was crying. She fell in the lake, Wilma. Honey. His voice stopped and he made funny choking sound. She got into the mud and couldn't get out. She's... Wilma's mouth was open. Sounds gurgled in the back of her throat. Red blotches began to show on her cheeks. Her lips moved but no words came out. Cerise felt the bones in her body to go stiff. Someone was holding her around the shoulders. Mr. Wilkins carried a blanket-wrapped bundle up the path from the lake. He stopped at the edge of the trees and laid it down gently. Mr. Wilkins' head was bent, his shoulders jolting up and down. A man with a tan uniform directed people away, pointing towards the parking lot with one hand, waving with another. Cerise closed her eyes. God must have been listening. She had asked God to take Kathleen away. God must have made Kathleen drown because she asked him to. First, God kept Clara Thayer away from the picnic. Then he got rid of Kathleen. God had listened to her. She had not really meant God to take Kathleen away forever, but it would definitely be nicer without Kathleen. Daddy Phil said that God knew best. Cerise opened her eyes when she heard the wailing siren. The man moved quietly between the whispering of groups of people. She kept hearing the word tragic over and over as the ambulance moved away. It moved slowly. This time, the siren was quiet. She squeezed against the back of the door of the car. Someone's hand steered them into the back seat. She reached out and hugged Matt against her like Daddy Phil was holding Mommy. She wanted to tell Daddy Phil it was God who made Kathleen go away. Maybe he would stop crying. Maybe when Mommy stopped crying, she would tell them not to cry anymore. They still have a daughter. Matt's eyes drooped and his thumb went into his mouth. He wriggled against the tightness of her arms and asked, "Where's Kathleen?" A long wail like moaning of a faraway horn rose from Wilma's mouth. Her lips gaped open and the sound emerged in one long continuous tone of anguish. The wails wound up and the wail wound on and on until Phil's shaking hands caught her shoulders. The wail turned into another burst of sobs. "God took Kathleen," Cerise half whispered to Matt. "You mean to heaven?" His face was twisted in confusion. "Where else?" She felt the engine start and tightened her grip around Matt. Cerise could see two lines between Daddy Phil's eyes. When he glanced over to the seat, his mouth contorted as if something hurt. Something hurt. She felt her own breath catch and stop inside her. There were tears in Daddy Phil's eyes. She turned her head away and looked out the car window. Why did Daddy Phil have to cry? She chewed on the end of her bread. When Mommy and Daddy Phil quit crying, they would see how nice and quiet it was without Kathleen. Maybe she wouldn't come around so much now. Would Mommy let her have Kathleen's dishes? She bit into her bread again. Better pray about it. God would let her have it. Trees slid past the window. The car started to move one by one. Staring faces peered through the glass. Miss Wilford's face, puffy and red. Mr. Wilkins, all shaky with a big red handkerchief held to his nose. The car eased over the bumps and out of the park. Cerise stared up at the tree branches. They moved back and forth, sending arrows of sunlight onto the car window. She would have to pray again. If she prayed, God would make Daddy Phil love her. Daddy Phil would quit crying for Kathleen, and the church ladies would start calling her Daddy Phil's girl. Her head fell back against the seat. She would have to be careful what she said when she prayed. What if God made Daddy Phil quit loving Matt and Mommy? She stared at the curl twisted behind Daddy Phil's ear and thought about the blanket wrap bundle. Was Kathleen all muddy inside the blanket, or did God clean her up after she died? They would have a funeral. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Would Daddy Phil preach a sermon? Would they let her and Matt go to the funeral? She closed her eyes and tried to remember the one funeral that she had seen. Would they have a great big coffin for someone as little as Kathleen? Were coffins always so big, or did they make them to fit the person? She would be at the funeral. The corners of Cerise's mouth twisted. Wait until the next time she came to the house. She wouldn't have anyone to bring presents to now. Cerise hoped that she cried even harder than Mommy. Clara Thayer slumped into the chair beside the phone. Her body felt as if all the bones had plucked off and discarded. Nothing seemed to be holding her skin in position. She was melting, dissolving into a lump. The ache in her chest was building up to an explosion, but the tears all stopped behind her eyes. She wanted to cry, but nothing worked. In the silence of the empty house, she heard the rhythm rasping, her own breath, desperate, painful gulps of air, like the sound of Philip's voice gasping out words. Kathleen is gone, wandered away. No one saw her, found in the lake. She closed her eyes and pictured the tiny girl, the small curly-haired bit of laughter. Gone! Her granddaughter, her only granddaughter, Philip's image, gone. The little girl she had never had. If she had been given a girl, her own daughter, she would have looked exactly like Kathleen. It was punishment. God was punishing her for her pride. She should have been at the picnic. Should have been there to help watch Kathleen. Probably all Loretta's fault. The picnic, all Loretta's planning. She should have known lakes were dangerous. They should have had the picnic somewhere else. They could have had it right outside the church. Clara pushed herself out from the chair and stared around the room. The knitting bag. Move. Do something. The room was too large. She didn't need such a big house. It was growing dark outside. The room was decidedly grey, but the idea of turning on a light was repugnant. She couldn't knit in the dark. She sat on the davenport and groped in the bag for her knitting needles. The soft pink yarn slid soothingly across the stiffness of her hand. She stared at the rows of stitching. It was the knitting that broke the dam and let the tears flow out of her eyes. The knitting, the soft pink sweater, the sweater she had started for Kathleen. All the tears came flowing forth. She slowly unraveled the sweater and cried. She rolled the yarn into a ball and cried for the granddaughter who would never need the sweater. She wound up the thread and cried soundlessly in the empty house. She wound until the darkness kept her from seeing the color of the yarn. She tucked the fraying end under the another thread to secure the ball and sat in the darkness. Tears dripped from her chin and saturated the ball of yarn. It was the high chair, Kathleen's gleaming white enameled high chair, that started it. Pushed back against the dining room wall, the red bib folded on the tray, the high chair, and Cerise. Cerise put the fluffy ear. Thank you. Well, you can try to redeem it after I finish reading. It was one of my noisy oh my gods when I used to stream a lot. The scream started then. It started in the dining room and traveled across the living room and into the bedroom. It drew the muscle in her eyes into taut bands that pulled at corners of her eyes. Oh my god.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid you don't do skid you wanna don't do skid.
Oh my god. I was rating, okay, if you can hear properly. I wasn't doing anything weird, okay? I was rating. Well, good luck. Watch me every alternate weekdays. Wilma could hear it, her own scream echoing inside her head, bouncing around her brain and crashing into her eardrums. Even the force of Phil's hand shaking her shoulders, whipping her head back and forth, couldn't stop the sound. It was rising out of the bottom of her lungs, surging up from the sick, sore pit of her stomach. Wilma! She heard him. Through the sound of her scream, she could hear the desperation in his voice, the pleading and the frustration as he continued to shake her free from her scream. At last, the scream died for the lack of air and strength. She sank to the edge of the bed and sucked the sob into herself, quick and inward sobs that ached when the air expanded her ribs, ached like a knot in her stomach, as if something had been wrenched out of her womb and flushed down the drain. The pressure of Phil's hands on her shoulders eased, and the shaking had stopped with her scream, and his arm slid around her. It was a human arm, but she felt no warmth, only the weight, the pressure of him trying to pull her close to him. His shoulders tightened and she twisted away. Wilma, honey. His voice was hoarse. He dropped his hand and looked into her with his white dark eyes. She turned her head. Phil's eyes, like Kathleen's white eyes. Could she ever look at him again without being reminded of Kathleen? The woman! Damn those do-gooding women! All their helpful offers. They couldn't even watch Kathleen long enough for her to get a cup of coffee. She fell back onto the bed and burrowed into the softness of the pillow. Wilma! She felt the bed move as she shifted position. The spring jolted, then recoiled when he rose. She lifted her head at the sound of his voice, faint and mumbling. Phil was praying on his knees by the bed, face buried in his hands and praying, as if God could help. How could he pray to a God who let children die? She rolled herself up and leaned over him. What good is that doing, Phil? She spat the word at him. What good? It won't bring Kathleen back. Ask God why. Why? How could he let her die? Phil's head remained in his hands. She couldn't hear any words, but in the dim light, she could see his lips moving silently. His hair glistened in the shaft of light as he continued to his silent prayer. She grabbed and caught his hair in one hand, pulling furiously. Stop it! She screamed at him. It won't do any good. His head snapped back. Strands of his hair were left in her fingers as he tore himself free. Kathleen's eyes were looking at her again, accusing eyes. How can a God who lets children die help you? Wilma, I'm praying for strength. I don't understand the why any more than you do, but praying helps. He paused. The light in the room was fading. Now he could hardly see his eyes. Only his voice penetrated into her existence. Then go to your church and pray. Don't do it around me. She watched him straighten and stand up. For a few seconds, she held her breath, but he didn't leave. Instead, she heard him say, maybe it would help if we prayed together. No! Never again, Phil. I can't. She pushed the words out painfully. She was too exhausted to talk. Instead, she leaned back against the pillow, staring up at the blackness where the ceiling should be. Her jaw hurt from the tenseness. Her body hurt. Even her skin felt stretched and ready to split like an overripe melon. All of her insides would splatter on the bedspread. Phil was only a shadow above her, a silent, unmoving shadow. She closed her eyes and heard Matt crying, a cry that was too far away to be important. It was the motion of the bed that brought her back into the room. The absolute darkness and the stillness meant she must have been asleep. But asleep had not eased any of the aches. Phil stirred beside her and rolled in her direction. She felt the softness of his curls brush her neck, the warmth of his breath on her neck. His nearness only made the ache in her chest increase. Wilma? He must know that she was awake. She felt his hands slide across her waist and under her breast, felt the warmness of his flesh against hers, but nothing more. It was only physical knowledge. The ache inside her chest continued to be more important. The gentleness of his kiss on her forehead was easy to ignore. It was only a touch of dampness, not a kiss. Nothing inside of her responded. Wilma, we need to talk. She lay without moving. Let him talk. Wilma, Matt was crying. I heard him. He was crying because he was afraid that God was going to take him too. Matt too? The thought made her muscles stiffen. She felt her nails digging into the palms of her hand, but she remained silent. She wouldn't talk about it. He couldn't make her talk about it. Talking only made the pain worse. Phil's hand moved gently across the skin as his voice continued. Matt thought that you didn't kiss him goodnight because God was coming after him. The pressure swelled inside her chest. This time, she was certain her ribs were going to split apart. She would bleed to death all over the sheets. Poor little Matt. He never asked for attention like the girls. I told Matt that you would give him an extra kiss in the morning. He was quiet again. His hands slid in caressing circles across his skin until she reached down and pushed it away. Is Matt asleep? Yes. She could hear Phil's steady breathing in the darkness, could feel the tenseness of his body. He was waiting for her to make some motion, some indication of affection. She wanted to roll over and bury her face against his shoulder, but she didn't want to hear any more of God's will. No more prayers. What good would prayers do Kathleen? Wilma, Phil's voice broke the silence. We have 2 other children, and they need you. He was trying to make her feel guilty. She took a deep breath and discovered it eased the pain in her ribs. She held it and released it slowly, repeating it over and over until she alleviated the soreness enough to turn on her sides and put her head on Phil's chest. His arm moved and wrapped around her shoulders. She choked out the words. I have children. I have 2 children, Phil. You only have 1 left. Shh. His arm stiffened. Cerise didn't think that way. The muscles flexed as he tightened his embrace. She looked up at me and said, You still have me, Daddy Phil? His voice sounded congested as if he was struggling for breath. She felt the dampness seeping out of her under her lashes. Cerise was such an odd child, Phil. Part of the ache seemed to ebb away when she finally managed to say the words. She never cried about Kathleen at all. Never even acted upset. I can't understand her. Cerise never cried about anything. His hand began stroking her arm and she relaxed against him. She's not normal, Phil. Honey, Cerise will be alright. She simply accepted God's control over his creatures. In her mind, there isn't any fear of death. Wilma shuddered in the darkness. She's not a warm, loving child. She looks at me sometimes as if I'm dumb, and she's right, I am dumb. Now, honey, you're upset. What you need is some sleep. I need to learn. I wanted to learn for Kathleen. He pulled her tightly against him. You know, enough to take care of the house and me is sufficient. She tensed against his arm. Why did he have to use the words? Why he has to use the words like sufficient? He didn't care. Phil didn't understand how hopelessly lost she felt every time Cerise said, Oh, never mind, and wandered off to question him. His breathing became deeper. His arm grew heavy across her shoulder. The limpness of his sleep added to the weight. Now it was trapping her instead of comforting her. She turned and rolled over to the side of the bed without reaction from Phil. His hand fell on the sheet. A gentle snore mingled with the sound of his breathing. Wilma stared into the blackness and felt the warm tears dripping from her cheeks. This time, she cried without a sound. That is the end of chapter 4. And that should be the end of today's stream. It went on a little bit longer than it should be because I woke up late. Amazing. Professional. Absolutely professional. How do you guys find the book so far? Oh, yeah. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Hello. How do you guys find the story so far? It's pretty interesting, right? Scary. Ooh. just went quiet. My cat is now sleeping quietly. Um, in my bed. I'm just hanging out with you guys. How are you guys feeling about the book? Is it too much? Is it too scary? Is it too creepy? Do you guys even listen to the book? Oh, Hanan, tell Mayari you liked it? Good. Thank you. What are you guys doing on a Friday evening? Are you guys gonna go out and hang out with your friends?
Nice. Perfect. Why am I dead?
Yes. That would be Kathleen's thoughts when he got pushed into the pond, probably. Somebody should drag me back to raiding, man. I say the stupidest thing every time I raid. No kidding. I'm pretty sure you guys can, like, if you guys have been through all the Savage Raid, you guys can hear which one was it that I was saying all these things. It's all from early this year, basically. And I was raiding a lot. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Sorry, I'm a bit quiet. Oh my. Gonna nap? Yeah, go ahead. I probably will go nap too. Yes. Yes, me too. It's probably like staying indoor and in game is basically my life as well. So I can understand what you're feeling, Mayari. It's a good chapter. Is it a good chapter when a baby died? Is it a good chapter that a kid killed another kid? Okay. I was just trying to finalize something. Okay. Okay. So here's the plan. Chapter 4. So I read 2 chapters each time. I underestimated how thick and small font this book is. So there's a lot to read. I wanted to do 3 chapters per reading, but it's just way too much. So I'm gonna do 2 chapters per reading, and we have already finished chapter 4. So we're gonna do chapter 5 and 6, the next reading on this coming Monday at 11 a.m. GMT plus 8. For those who have just followed me today, who have just found my stream today, please follow my Twitter as pinned above, because I always make announcement before I go live, for especially for nudables. I will I will have like a little poster. I'll take some posters and take some time to make posters, and so that people know what time, what day, and where the location to sit at. I mean, you don't have to go. You don't have to be in game. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're at work and you want to hear some rando reading a book, like me, you can just simply tune in to. Yeah, I don't know. You didn't come the last couple of times, but it's okay. If you're interested into the story if you're interested into the story, you can always watch the VODs. But yeah, I would like to see you again soon. I think you have been quite busy, aren't you? Yeah, I think a lot of people are taking a break from the game. Personally, yeah, my manager Deanne is taking a break from the game, so I haven't seen Deanne for a while in game as well. So if you know anyone who will be interested in listening to reading events like this, which is incredibly weird, um, please let them know that there is such content on Twitch. And like I said, follow me on Twitter so that you can get notification every time I go live. Follow me on Twitch as well. Put up notifications so that when I go live, you'll know that I go live, and you can just listen to me when at work or watch. There's nothing to watch really. There's absolutely nothing to watch. It's not not a visually entertaining event. It's mostly for like reading and stuff. So, if anyone you know are interested, please let them know that there is such content on Twitch. And I am trying to find some time to play other games. I mean, in my schedule, I have Yakuza 6 on every Saturday, but I haven't been doing that for a while. I think maybe it's time I should go back to it. For those who have just followed me today, who has just found my content today, thank you so much for dropping by. And thank you. No, I don't play Overwatch. I think I will kill myself then play Overwatch. Because I cannot. I'm way too competitive, and I will be very very rage. Like if I rage with raiding in Final Fantasy, I think I will rage even more in Overwatch. Yakuza 7, I've been playing it, but I never streamed it. I was streaming Yakuza 6. The plan was to finish playing and streaming Yakuza 6, and then I will continue Yakuza 7. Yeah. Nah, no, I am a very toxic person if I play Overwatch, I think, like anything like that. I mean, you can even argue that I'm a very toxic person playing this game, so. That's why I try to provide chill content on Twitch. Yeah. By the way, thank you so much for those who start to only found out my channel now today. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the beats cheer. My content is weird. I would say. I don't think anyone has done any reading event like I do. I don't exactly understand why you guys are interested. But I'm very, very thankful that you guys are interested in my content, and I will see you guys next Monday. If tomorrow Saturday, if tomorrow I feel like playing Yakuza 6, I will be playing Yakuza 6 live on stream. Yes. For those who are okay, also for those who are new to my channel, after this live stream ends, please check out my VODs, check out my previous readings, check out my rating content. They can be entertaining, um, but most importantly, I have a very huge library of books read by myself during stream. So go ahead and listen to them if you need some background noise playing while you are doing something else, or you are studying, or while you are working or anything. You can always use my previous bots to entertain yourself. Anyway, it's been late and I really want to go and grab my lunch, which is very, very late lunch right now. More like tea time. Thank you so much today for all the follows, for all the Hikari, for all the Hikari and Yui, for all the beats, cheers, and everything. Thank you, Arum, for dropping by. Thank you so much. It's always, you always cheer me up when I see you walk through the door. It always feels good. I'm sincerely saying that. Yeah, I mean it's the same with everyone else as well. It's always nice to see familiar faces coming to my room and listen to me, even though you don't have to at all. Like, you don't have to do that at all, but you guys do it, and that makes me very, very happy, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Alright, I'm very long-winded, and I should go and grab food and chill. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, everyone. Stay positive. Keep up the good work, and I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow or next Monday for the continuation of The Afternoon of the Gosling by Marlys Huffman, chapter 5 and 6. Until then, have a good day, have a great weekend. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye. I'll leave with my favorite song.
Have you ever had a dream that you could don't do skid don't do skid you wanna don't do skid.
Okay, go have a dream. Good day. Bye bye.